In the mind of the dragon demon, the appearance of Qing gradually coincides with the woman in the underground palace many years ago. It's her? 200 years later, the appearance of Qing changed so much that the impression at that time was not very clear. The dragon demon almost forgot such an existence. Recognized the identity of green, dragon demon immediately gave birth to a very bad feeling, can't help but slightly change color on the face, this time maybe calculated by Tian. From here, you can get to the underground palace. I don't know how long I've been diving in the sea, and finally I see the vast seafloor. Cheng points to a cloud of chaos somewhere on the seafloor. In the process of diving, Tian always let go of his mind. Naturally, he had already found this unique place. At this time, he had a thoughtful look on his face, and Yuan Tianyan observed the chaotic part. That's right. It's exactly the same as the air from the Qingningsong Tong Tian Tower to the entrance of Zio Oceandi. It's a space passage. I'll go into the underground first. Cheng looked back at Tian and then disappeared into the dense clouds. Tian congealed a layer of protective soil beetle and then entered it. The space-tearing force here is slightly stronger than that of Qingningsong's small space channel, but now Tian is able to cope with it. After a short space transmission, Tian appears from the gray space. At this time, he had been in the sky, the air was foggy, but when he saw the scenery on the ground, his eyes could not help coagulating. The space below is tens of miles, with countless buildings and pavilions scattered, high mountains and flowing water. Follow me. Qing was suspended in the air, looking at the scenery below, breathing out a breath gently, and floating to the ground as if he had no weight. Big Dragon, how did you find such a hidden place? Tian slowly follows Qing and asks the dragon demon. Coincidentally, I got a map by accident, which indicated the terrain and the way to get in and out. At that time, I was eager to find a place for healing, so I came to take a chance, and I fell in love with it. The dragon demon pondered a little and spoke slowly. Tian nodded slightly. He didn't fully believe in these explanations, but it didn't matter. The aura here is very strong. It's not only suitable for healing, but also for practicing here. It's also effective with half the effort. Chen Sheng didn't pay attention to their conversation. She came to a tall building and pressed a few times on an exquisite rockery nearby. The rockery began to rotate slowly and faster. Until it stopped completely, the position of the rockery had become a hole leading to the underground. The exquisite rockery also moved back in some directions. This is where I come into being. With that, she stepped down the aisle. Dragon, please. Tian reaches out to invite each other and gives way to a position. The corner of the dragon demon's eyes twitched a few times, and he followed behind him with a stiff head. At this time, he had no idea of fluke. All the situations before showed that the spirit was more familiar here than himself. At the end of the passage, there is a wide basement, surrounded by smooth bluestone masonry. In the basement, there are many metal frames, which are filled with all kinds of things. At this time, there was no need to lead the way. Tian moved to those metal frames and stopped to watch. When his eyes fell on the pile of jade of different colors, Raoshir's wealth was extremely rich, and he could not help feeling a little shortness of breath. On the wide iron shelf, there are many kinds of jade of different colors, at least tens of thousands of pieces. Lingyu, all of which are extremely rare outside. This is a metal spirit jade. This is the fire attribute jade. This is a native spirit jade. This is a more rare wind property Lingyu. This is more precious than the wind attribute of the thunder attribute Lingyu. Tian walked slowly in front of the metal frame and recognized the attributes of those Lingyu. These Lingyu, even in Fangsuan Lingyu, are also a huge wealth. Even in the most prosperous period of Qingming, there were not so many Lingyu of the same nature. After all, there are so many disciples in Fudi that their daily consumption is also very considerable. There is only a lack of wood property Lingyu and water property Lingyu. Have you used all of them? Tian saw all the Lingyu and found the problem. He turned to the dragon demon. Yes, it's all used by me to stabilize my state and heal my wounds. I'm afraid I can't recover to the present level without those Lingyu. The dragon demon nodded with the color of happiness. Because of the existence of the power of curse, Tian did not ask more about the injury of the dragon demon, but said with a smile, "Big dragon, these things have been found by me. According to the previous agreement, I'm not polite. The dragon is a promise, and the nature you find is yours. However, don't forget the time limit of 1 hour. As soon as the time comes, you will lose the qualification of treasure hunting." The dragon demon's face obviously showed the color of flesh pain, but still said so. "Oh, I forgot, there's a time limit." As soon as Tian patted his forehead, he suddenly opened his mouth. Then he stopped wasting his time and began to search the treasure in the basement. After collecting all the Lingyu, Tian doesn't have time to look at the other things one by one. All the things on the shelves are collected in Shumi commandment. Anyway, there is a lot of time to get together after going out. The treasure in the vault is full of 4 sutras, which empties all the metal frames. Fortunately, he now has 13 Shumi commandments, and 12 of them are large space. Otherwise, with his former Shumi commandments, I'm afraid he can't take all the things in the basement. With the time limit, the dragon demon regrets it. He wants to slap himself in the face. If he doesn't remind Tian, the agreement will end as soon as the time comes. He believes that Tian won't search again for blood oath. However, now Tian is like a hungry thief, a crazy search, but it doesn't take much time. "God, you look so ugly." Although the dragon demon is limited to the previous agreement and can't go back on it, he doesn't mind delaying Tian and wasting his time. "Haha, isn't it? You're right. If you have a chance, you'll find that my lasso is ugly, too." The Leaf Day returned made a wink to the green. He quickly stepped out of the basement and came to a big mountain. He also opened the mechanism and entered a long and narrow cave. There is nothing else in the cave, only a huge sword placed on a huge blue stone. The width of the lightsaber is more than 1 meter, and the length is more than 10 meters. The body of the sword is dark and lusterless, but there are many complicated runes carved on it, which is very mysterious. Tian comes to the hilt and holds the big hilt in his right hand. He suddenly feels that the sword is extremely heavy. With his strength of more than 100,000 jin, he can only force the hilt away from Qingshi. Don't ask, it's a magic weapon. Tian didn't look at it carefully again. His mind wrapped the sword and made his own brand. At this time, the dragon demon also watched carefully around the huge sword, with a complicated look in his eyes, and finally turned into a color of regret. In the underground palace for more than 200 years, he did not find such a treasure in the mountainside. But Tianjie was the first to board. A moment later, the sword was refined by Tian, and a magic power hit it. The sword suddenly shrank and turned into a big palm. Tian opened his mouth and swallowed the sword, and put it in the elixir field. "Yu Qing, go on." Although Tian was very satisfied with the 2 gains, he still cherished the opportunity and went out of the cave while greeting Yu Qing. The dragon demon was silent behind him, and his face was covered with black lines, but he was helpless. These things are also of great use to the dragon demon, but they are more important than the restoration of cultivation. He now special regret, really shouldn't have promised Tian's condition, otherwise, his loss won't be so hurt. Next, she took Tian to another basement and collected a large amount of gold, jade, pearls and other treasures. A lot of weapons were collected in one armory, most of them were heavy weapons, a few were high-class spirit soldiers, and even 2 were half-magic weapons. Well, an hour has come. When Tian went 6 or 7 places, the dragon demon finally spoke. Many good things in these 6 or 7 places were taken away by Tian. This is the limit that the dragon demon can endure. At this time, Tian has already reaped amazing wealth and is very satisfied. He doesn't want to give the dragon demon a big move, so he nods and responds, "Okay, the agreement is over. Next, let's explore other secrets of this underground palace." "Haha, as long as the god doesn't take away any plants and trees here, you can search for any secret in it." See Tiani, a pair of key promise appearance, dragon demon reluctantly showed a smile. "Big dragon, I'm sure I'll keep my word. In fact, I have many doubts when I enter this underground palace. I just want to find out what's going on. You don't have to worry." After Tian gives the dragon demon a dose of peace of mind, he controls the fierce sword and flies straight to the edge of the nearest space. Yuan Tianyan opened his eyes and bit by bit explored the chaotic barrier of space. He looked carefully until he looked around the space, and then he fell back to the ground. Different from my original guess, this space is different from King Ningzong's small world. There is no trace of field array around it. It seems to be more like a mess in space opened up. However, there is no way to know how far the space is from Tianqi. There are no books or words left in the 36th district of the underground palace. Yi Tian only knew that this space belonged to a mysterious force from the story of Chen Sheng. As for the outcome of this force, even Chen Xing did not know. But one day, none of the people in the power appeared, until the dragon demon occupied the underground palace. But Yi Tian doesn't give up. He looks carefully in the 36th district of the underground palace. The dragon demon is worried that Yi Tianshan will lead the sheep and follow him step by step. Up to now, I have seen all the places in Area 36, but I have not found any valuable findings. Finally, Yi Tian came to a square in the center of the underground palace. This is the Aura Eye? Pointing to a round hole on the ground, Yi Tian looks at the dragon demon. The hole was so dark that even the mind could not penetrate it. However, there is pure aura gushing out and spilling into 4 spaces, which is the source of the rich aura of the underground palace in Tianqi. That's right. I'm here on weekdays to heal and recover my cultivation. You can't think of it. Dragon demon with the color of guard slightly nodded. He was afraid that Yi Tian would take away this aura eye, which would greatly affect his own cultivation. Seeing that the dragon demon looks like this, Yi Tian smiles and shakes his head to walk away. Although he is very curious about Lingxi Eye, in order to get along with the dragon demon harmoniously, he still gives up the idea of exploring. Just after walking a few steps, Yi Tian's body suddenly smothers and makes a click. Suddenly, a thin crack appears in the square paved with smooth bluestone under his feet, just like a crack in glass, extending to the distance. Almost at the same time, the sound was continuous, and many cracks appeared again on the bluestone floor, radiating from the square to all directions. It's in danger. Let's go. As soon as Yi Tianyi pulled Jueqing, he stepped on the fierce sword and shot straight to the space channel. At that moment, he felt extremely dangerous. The dragon demon doesn't neglect either, and almost follows Yi Tian, stepping into the space channel. Just as Yi Tian Gang was about to enter the space passage, a blue light flashed out of his Shumi commandment, like lightning, and shot down his aura eye into the dark underground. Yi Tian sweeps his eyes, but finds that it's Xializi's great dream Buddha statue. He has no time to find out what's going on. He has already crossed the space to the bottom of the sea, but the feeling of danger is even stronger. Out of Tianqi. Yi Tian roared and took the lead to enter the field array on the bottom of the sea. Bang! All of a sudden, a loud bang came from the space channel. In an instant, with the space channel as the center, the Nuda sea floor turned into innumerable broken pieces, dashed up into the sky and bombarded Yi Tian and the dragon demon. Earth beetle! Earth beetle! Earth beetle! Yi Tian sends Jueqing into Shumi Ring, and condenses 5 earth armor defenses in succession. The momentum of the seafloor is too fast. Yi Tian has no time to cross the dangerous field array and fly out of Tianqi, so he has to defend himself as much as possible. As for Ju Qing, she exists in general with Taisui, and has no influence on Shumi commandment. The dragon demon is also aware of the danger. Before the impact of the seafloor, he recovers himself and protects Yi Tian with his body. Boom! The originally clear sea water was turbid in a flash, and countless sands and boulders surged up, flashed in all directions, and rushed to the sky. Click! 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 Several layers of earth armor can't bear the strong impact force, and they break open one after another. Even the huge dragon body collides with Yi Tian in the impact, and rushes up a long distance. Boom! Above Yi Tian and the dragon demon, the powerful impulse bombards the field array, which immediately stimulates the array. The roaring sound comes from the vast sea. After the field array is triggered, a strong crushing force is formed, which almost cracks the whole space. Go down! With a low drink, Tian ran into the water in the face of the surging seawater. Compared with the array's destructive power, Tian can only choose the underground torrent with less threat. However, just as he dodged down, the sea around him whirled faster and faster, and finally turned into a huge whirlpool, carrying Tian and the dragon demon, whirling down and rushing away. "Come to my back and hold the dragon horn." In the fierce whirlpool, the dragon demon swings the dragon tail and hits Tian on the side of his body. With a push, he is sent to his back. Tian seizes the opportunity to hold the dragon horn, which is the only way to stabilize his body slightly in the wild tide. At the beginning of the turbulent tide, it was very domineering. With the passage of time, it slowed down a little, while the field array above was still sending out the power of destroying the sky and the earth. Tian and the dragon demon have to use their magic power to resist the powerful rotating force in the whirlpool and go up against the current, so as not to drift with the current in the whirlpool and fall into an irreparable situation. What's the matter? It is said that the sea is the world of dragon, and the sky is the hometown of crane. Even the dragon demon, who takes the sea as his home, is frightened by the tide of destroying everything. It should be caused by the change of the world under the aura eye. Tian is not sure about the specific reason, so he has to give a general answer. "I saw a blue light before." "What was it?" Dragon demon sighed upstream to control the dragon, while asked. "It's a stone statue." Tian tells the truth, but he still can't understand the reason. "Does God feel any change?" The dragon demon is no longer entangled in the question of the stone statue, and suddenly asks a little noticeably. "It seems that the aura is extremely rich, even stronger than the aura of the underground palace." As soon as Tianlu sensed it, he found this extremely obvious change. "Yes, is this another change of heaven and earth?" The dragon demon mumbles to himself, and then sends a message to Tian, "Let's get out of here." "Wait a minute. I want to see what happened. I'm just curious. What's going on?" Tian was worried about the stone statue of the great dream Buddhist monk flying out of Shumi commandment, and naturally refused to leave. If you lose the stone statue of Sanskrit, it's not easy to explain to Shaolizi. Moreover, Tian is really curious. What's going on under the aura of the underground palace? More than half an hour later, the surrounding sea water is still very turbid, but the vortex has become a lot slower, and finally disappeared in the vast seawater under the continuous filling of seawater. The surrounding sea became calm. "Go down and have a look." "Release open mind." Tian didn't feel any danger, said to the dragon demon, "Show water escape, guard to dive to the bottom of the sea." For a long time, it was estimated that it had passed the bottom of the sea, and there was still a vast sea in front of us. The bottom of the sea is gone. This kind of situation, in Tian's expectation, after all, such a big whirlpool, a huge amount of seawater pouring down, is obviously filling a space under the seabed. Continue to dive down, everywhere is the vast sea, can't see the bottom of the sea, also can't see the underground palace. The sea is still turbid, as if entering a chaotic world. What's this? More than an hour later, Tian and the dragon demon stopped in the sea and looked down in amazement. A huge stone skull appears in the field of vision. From their point of view, only the top of the head can be seen. Continue to dive, you can see below the head are two shoulders, a monk's clothes look. Then I saw the whole body, and a stone statue tens of feet high finally appeared in the vision of Tian and the dragon demon. Strangely enough, although the stone statue is standing, it looks extremely strange. He has a big stomach, as if sleeping on his side. Big dream, Fancy. Tian murmured that the stone statue was the same as the one Shaolizi got, but it was too huge. What's more, the face of the stone statue Shaolizi got has been destroyed, but this stone statue can clearly see the true face of Brahma. What is the relationship between the two statues? Tian looks at the stone statue of Vatican with a compassionate smile, and thinks that the stone statue suddenly gives out a buzzing vibration, and then the golden light on his body lights up the surrounding sea area. Tian and the dragon demon suddenly retreated to the distance. In the golden light, they exuded a simple and mysterious atmosphere, and there was a kind of decadent Zen sound in Sanskrit singing, which spread around as waves. What's this? Surprised, the stone statue suddenly turned into a golden light, flash, rushed to the top of the sea, disappeared without a trace. Yi Tian and the dragon demon look at each other. After a long time, they say hello to each other and carefully probe the position of the stone statue. There is already a vast seawater, which is no different from the seawater in other places. If it wasn't confirmed that the stone statue of Demang Fanzi existed there before, maybe Yi Tian would feel that it was just an illusion before. Tens of feet below, there is still endless seawater. It seems that the stone statue of Vatican was suspended in the seawater just now. Yi Tian and the dragon demon continued to dive, carefully exploring the surrounding situation, until after diving 3 or 4 miles, they finally saw the bottom of the sea. Unfortunately, there is no other discovery. To Yi Tian's surprise, the concentration of aura in the sea is more and more intense than before. Being in it, he is comfortable, and even the mana in his body is growing. Let's go! Now that the underground palace collapses and your hometown is gone, why don't you follow me to refine and improve your accomplishments at any time? Finally, Yi Tian gave up and continued to explore, looking at the dragon demon gloating. The dragon demon looked up at Yi Tian and asked, "Has the Lord made up enough materials for alchemy?" Now the dragon demon has been induced by Yi Tian to get used to it, and the title Tianai is more comfortable. Yi Tian said with a non-committal smile, "As you know, the monks got some things from the darkness of the spirit realm, but they haven't counted them yet. They also copied a lot of treasures in the underground palace, including bottles, cans, boxes and boxes. In a word, maybe there will be materials for alchemy." The dragon demon looked at Yi Tian steadily. After a moment, he shook his head. "Well, it's not so coincident. Although the underground palace is destroyed, it's the same as the sea. It's full of aura here. It's very helpful for me to recover my cultivation. You can always come to me when you need help. How much trouble do you have to worry about alchemy?" Yi Tian knows in his heart that the materials for refining the elixir needed by the dragon demon may not be so easy to find. The dragon demon can certainly think of this. There's no need to use the dragon demon for the moment. Let him stay here and try to improve his cultivation. So thinking, Yi Tian agreed to the dragon demon's proposal. "Well, let's say goodbye here. I hope that when we meet again, your accomplishments will enter the country. The courtyard I went to today is my relative. I'll give you one more task to protect their safety. I will take good care of God's advice, but I have something to ask him." The dragon demon promised. "I have 2 daughters. The eldest daughter, Qingyi, is captured by Fangsu and Lingyu. The life and death are unknown. There is nothing we can do about it for the time being. But I also have a little daughter named Zi, who mysteriously disappeared more than 300 years ago. I searched for her in many ways, but I never heard from her. The Lord is walking outside. Pay more attention to her." Later, the dragon demon tells Yi Tian about her little daughter. Yi Tian keeps in mind what the dragon demon said. He doesn't have time to go out of his way to help him find it. By the way, he will not catch anything. After 2 people finish talking, they separate. The dragon demon stays under the sea, and Yi Tian shows his water escape and leaves here. The field array under the Tianqi Lake has been partially damaged due to the impact of the sea floor collapse, and has lost the function of soul lock and defense. Yi Tian is easy to get out of Tianqi from the damaged gap and put himself in the air. What a rich aura of heaven and earth! As soon as he got out of the water, Yi Tian felt that during the time when he entered Tianqi, the aura of heaven and earth had changed so strongly that it was much stronger than before. Am I really the chosen one? After returning to the ruins in Kunlun, the aura of heaven and earth changed. During the trip to Tianqi, there was another change, and the Reiki concentration was strengthened again. Is this a fixed number or a coincidence? Yi Tian does not know, but he can be sure that this change of the earth is a welcome change for the earth's indigenous people, and hundreds of millions of people will usher in a new world. However, all the people in heaven, including Fangsu and spirit realm, will surely covet the earth because of their guilt. The time left to the earth is running out. I hope my actions can save the earth from this catastrophe. With awe-inspiring expression, Yi Tian releases Yu Qing from Shumi commandment and returns to Shi Xiang's courtyard with a fierce sword. At this time, Shi Xiang and Cicada, even Shi Xiang's mother, are standing in the courtyard and looking towards the Tianqi Lake. Seeing Yi Tian and Yu Qing fall from the sky, Shi Xiong and Yu Cicada greet them. Yu Cicada rushes into Yu Qing's arms with tears on his face. Yi, I'm so worried about you. Shi Xiong is also full of caring expression, and Yi Tian hugs. Is it that serious? That's the mother's way. Yi Tian doesn't think so. He punches Shi Xiong, such a big man, you have to worry about it. Where did you go just now? There was so much noise that I thought you were annihilated by the water column? Shi Xiang looks at the direction of Tianqi Lake and opens his mouth with lingering fear. What's the matter? I went far away, not nearby. What happened? Yi Tian has a guess in his heart, but he still wants to make it clear. It seems that not long ago there was an earthquake, and the ground was shaking. There was a high column of water in the Tianqi Lake. If there was not water in it, I would be worried that the volcano would erupt. I'm just worried about what happened to you there. Many things happened in Tianqi before. It's fierce. We dare not come to you. Shi Xiong said in one breath, pulling Yi Tian into the room, eat quickly, my mother has done hot several times. Stone, since Tianqi is so dangerous, if you don't want to get a house for you in Nanhai, you and your aunt will move there. First, it's convenient for you to go to school. Second, you don't have to worry about earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Besides, your aunt doesn't have to work so hard every day. Yi Tian goes into the room with Shi Xiong and looks at Lu Hua's mother and son. Shi Xiong felt a little moved when he heard the speech. He took a look at Lu Hua. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Hua grabbed Shi Xiong and said, Yi Tian, the air in the mountains is good. We are used to it. We have been used to it all our lives. We are not used to living in another place. When Xiao Sung has a future, I will go to the city to take care of his children. Lu Hua naturally knows the situation of his family. Shi Xiong's father died early, and his family had to rely on some thin fields and some mountain goods to make a living. It was very hard for Shi Xiong to go to school. Before a serious illness, the family has been hollowed out, but for Yi Tian's help, I'm afraid life will not go on, let alone Shi Xiong's school. The city was good, but Lu Hua felt that as a mountain woman, she had no means to make a living, and her livelihood could not be guaranteed. You can't rely on Yi Tian to support you. They have already done enough. Listen to Lu Hua say so. Shi Xiong also nodded. Yes, Yi, there are many strange things in the mountains. It's not strange to see them. If we don't go to Tianqi, we'll wait another 2 years. After I graduate, it's not too late to get to the city. Yi Tian didn't say anything. He knew the situation of Shi Xiong's family. Although he was poorer, he was so poor that he didn't receive favors easily. The aura of Tianqi is strong. The air is good for the old people's health. It's good to settle down in Xixiang after 2 years. Where's the chestnut? Looking for a circle in the small room of the Shi family, Yi Tian couldn't help but wonder if he didn't see the little chestnut. Well, I haven't seen little chestnut for a long time. The cicada jumped over and said in wonder. Found it. Yi Tian releases his divine sense and finds something nearby. Then he comes out of the door and comes to a pine tree not far away. Shi Xiong and the cicada follow him. Xiao Lizi is very spiritual and adds a lot of fun to the Shi family. Not only the cicada but also Shi Xiong. Why does little chestnut sleep here? See, a body of crystal clear fluffy little chestnut is holding a small blue stone statue in the pine tree. Snore big sleep, look very lovely. Shi Xiong will go up to pick up the little chestnut. Yi Tian reaches for his hand and hisses Shi Xiang, but his eyes fall on the stone statue held by Xiaoye. The stone statue has a big stomach and sleeps on its side, which is exactly the sleeping posture of Demeng Fanzi. The original stone statue of Demeng Fanzi was first placed in Yi Tian's Shumi commandment. What happened later, Yi Tian was clear. Now another stone statue of Demeng Fanzi appears in Xiao Lizi's arms. His shock is no less than the impact of the collapse of the seafloor. Therefore, he paid special attention to the stone statue, especially the face. This stone statue is exactly the same as the one floating on the seafloor in terms of color and appearance. Yes, the face is clear and complete, and the facial features are distinct. Unlike the previous stone statue, its face was destroyed and its appearance could not be seen clearly. But the biggest difference lies in the size of the stone statue. The stone statue of the Great Dream Fancy at the bottom of the sea is tens of feet high, and this one can be held in the arms of the little chestnut. The difference is not so big. Seeing that Yi Tian's eyes fall on the stone statue, the cicada and Shirxiong are not disturbed. But the sleeping posture of little chestnut is very lovely. Her eyelids move occasionally, and her expression is very rich. But this state didn't last long. Little chestnut rolled over in the snow, squeaked a few times, and then scurried to the distance very fast. When he saw Yi Tian, the cicada and Shirxiong, he shook his head in the same place. It seemed that he woke up from his sleep at this time. Squeak, squeak. After a few rubs, Xiaolizi comes to Yi Tian's side and rushes to Yi Tian's arms. He cries with a rich expression. Then he goes to the stone statue of Demeng Fanzi and dials it with his small claws. Then he closes his two front claws and puts them in his ear. His head tilts slightly. Yi Tian looked for a long time, and finally understood. Little chestnut, do you mean you have a dream? Squeak squeak. Little chestnut cheerfully called up and kept bowing. What did you dream about? Yi Tian frowned and asked. Little chestnut sleeps a lot, but seldom talks about dreams. Is there any secret? Who knows, Xiaolizi's spirit is really unusual. Hearing Yi Tian's question, he immediately runs to the smooth snow not far away and tramples on it. Yi Tian felt very strange and didn't lean forward, so he carefully looked at the abnormal behavior of little chestnut. Unexpectedly, after watching for a few seconds, Yi Tian found that Xiaolizi was riding on the snow, and his feet were stepping on the snow, so it was easy to form strokes on the snow. Stepping on the footprints has formed the first word in front of Yi Tian, big. After stepping on this word, Xiaolizi didn't stop at all. He jumped to the side and began to step on the second word, then the third word and the fourth word. Looking at the first word, Yi Tian didn't think much about it. On the contrary, he thought little chestnut was spiritual, naughty, and lovely. But seeing the second word, the expression on Yi Tian's face is dignified. Because the second word is robbery. Xiaolizi only stepped out 4 words in total, even up to C is, catastrophe is coming. A great disaster? Whose catastrophe? Yi Tian looked at the 4 words with a dignified look. After a long time, he asked Xiaolizi. Since Xiaolizi could step on the 4 words, he must have seen them in a dream. Holding the stone statue of Fanzi in a big dream, he had a big dream. Could it be that Fanzi enlightened Xiaolizi through a dream? Hearing Yi Tian's question, Xiaolizi looks frightened and looks up at the sky. Yi Tian nodded and seemed to understand. Little chestnut, where did your stone statue come from? Little chestnut looked up at the sky again. Now Yi Tian has roughly guessed that this must be the giant statue of Vatican at the bottom of the sea. It turns into a golden light and finally comes to Xiaolizi. It seems that Xiaolizi has been recognized by Demeng Fanzi. He has come to seek the Lord. As like as 2 peas, the sky picked up the stone statue and looked up and down. The air was very light, but it was just like the breath of the stone statue. Stone, as you can see, heaven and earth are changing again. Xiaolizi has a dream of disaster again. She needs to prepare a lot. I can't live in your house anymore. Yi Tian said with a heavy heart that he thought that there would be friction and collision with all the people in the sky in the future. It was just his own speculation. It may not really happen, or even it may be years later. But Big Dream Fanzi enlightens Xiaolizi and says great disaster is coming through Xiaolizi's mouth. I'm afraid this is serious. Yi, I know you are very powerful, but you should be careful. I don't want any accident to happen to you. You have a great responsibility. You should go. Remember, I'll always be proud of you. Shirxiong pats Yi Tian's arm and reluctantly opens his mouth. Practice hard, or you will be abandoned by the world. Yi Tian also patted Shirxiong on the shoulder, handed him 2 bottles of Huanglingdan and told him. Shirxiong knows that it is impossible to stay Yi Tian here for the spring festival, and it is difficult to even let Yi Tian stay 1 more day. After all, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. From Yi Tian's solemn eyes, he can see the worry in Yi Tian's heart. Xiao Lizi is a spiritual squirrel, who can write down the 4 words "catastrophe is coming" on the snow, which itself is very telling. Take care. Don't take risks everywhere. Finally, Shi Xiong and Yi Tian give each other a big hug, even a short farewell. Then, Yi Tian went to the room and said a few words to Lu Hua, saying goodbye. This time, Xia Lizi never let go of holding the statue. Compared with Xia Lizi's body, Nuta's statue didn't bring any burden. On the contrary, Xia Lizi acted as usual. Driving the flying sword, he took Fan Qing, Fan Chan, and Xiao Lizi to the roadside to pick up the Land Rover, and Yi Tian drove all the way to the South China Sea. The next night, Yi Tian finally came home. After eating something, Yi Tian finds out the charger and charges the mobile phone. In recent days, because I have been running around, my mobile phone has always been turned off and has no contact with the outside world. Plug in the power. Yi Tian reluctantly boot up. Simple boot up. After the completion of signal retrieval, the phone began to vibrate. A piece of missed phone information, fish into the mobile phone. Yi Tian opened it at will and saw that there were Yin Bing, Zhou Chengchun, Ning Shui, Meng Fong and Qi Luoshan. In addition, Yun Fei, Mo Qingqing, Shi Yun, Mandala, Lang Ruyu, and even an Yi, who had only one-sided relationship with Yi Tian, called. After all the information was sent, Yi Tian looked at the records, and the total number reached more than 3,000. Do you think so? Yi Tian holds his mobile phone and looks at the people who call him. He finds that Qin Luoshan dials more than 600 calls in total, so he wants to return one to her first. Ding ling ling. When he was about to dial out the number, the phone rang. Yi Tian took a look at the caller ID, which was Qin Luoshan's. Hello, Luoshan. I'm Yi Tian. Is there anything urgent? Look, you've made a lot of calls. Yi Tian pressed the answer button and took the lead in saying hello. Yi Tian, are you really Yi Tian? You're not dead? On the other side of the phone came the voice of Qin Luoshan. Yi Tian smiles awkwardly. Luo God, do you expect me to die like this? Yi Tian, it's really you, you're not dead, you're still alive. On the phone, Qin Luoshan began to cry, his voice choked, but he could not say a complete word. Of course, I'm not dead. I'm living well. I went to Changbai Mountain. The phone is dead. What's the matter? What happened? Yi Tian realized that something big had happened, and he felt bad immediately. I wish you were alive, Yi Tian, I thought I would never see you again, woo woo. Qin Luo cried even more. Don't cry. What happened? Yi Tian, while on the phone, while out of the yard, released the fierce sword. The sword flew to Jiangnan City. It's said that a young friar who can resist flying sword was eaten by a dragon demon outside Changbai Mountain. All kinds of conditions are consistent with you. I've been calling you since I heard the news. You always turn off the power. At the beginning, I didn't believe it. Later, I couldn't get through the phone. I slowly despair. I thought you were really dead. Yi Tian, you tell me, this is not a dream, right? Are you really alive? Qin Luo God's cry gradually stopped, and he told the cause of the matter intermittently. Hearing this, Yi Tian finally understood that it must be the Dark Lord of Fengsuan's spiritual realm who got the news of the coming monks. He really thought he was dead, and then he passed the news on to the remaining dark monks who had already come, or there was a new dark monk coming. Because at that time, when he pretended to be engulfed by the dragon demon, only the 4 dark friars were present, and there was no one else. God Luo, listen to me. Don't tell anyone the news that I'm still alive. Now that the news of his death has spread, Yi Tian's heart suddenly gives birth to some ideas, and tells him immediately. Well, I won't tell anyone, but there's an emergency I have to tell you. It's said that you are dead, and some bad people are particularly rampant. Xiao Changchun was driven out of Tianzhu Mountain, and the Miluo Palace was occupied. They also gave us an ultimatum to take over all the property of the Qin family by noon tomorrow. If they don't, they will wash the Qin family with blood. Qin Luo God stopped crying and said a very powerful news. Yejia Manor, Jiangnan City. It's past midnight, but the most magnificent manor in Jiangnan City is full of lights, people come and go, and the manor is noisy. In a pavilion, Qin Luotian, contrary to his usual calmness, walks around on the ground with a worried face. From time to time, he pushes the window to look at the noisy manor. At a certain moment, a gust of wind blows, and the closed window is suddenly blown open. Qin Luotian feels a chill. He takes a look at his mobile phone and goes to close the window gently. Tian asked her to wait for his call. There was no high-speed railway at this time. She estimated that she could not come until tomorrow morning at the earliest. However, when Tian comes back, can he really solve all the problems? Qin Luo's concern is chaotic. She doesn't want Tian, who was resurrected from the dead, to encounter greater danger again. After all, those opponents look very strong. She turned back worried. She wanted to sit down and have a rest. She was exhausted in dealing with those things these 2 days. Tian, as soon as I turned around, I saw that the man I was waiting for was standing in front of me, looking at me with a smile. Tian. At the moment when Qin Luotian saw Tian, he rushed uncontrollably and hugged each other tightly. Suddenly, his whole heart was quiet and steadfast, and he felt the fearless sense of security again. Full of warm fragrance, light fragrance. Tian hugs Qin Luotian tightly. At this moment, he is in a trance. It seems that he has returned to the years of deep love in Fengsuan spiritual realm. Vaguely feel, head-on is that dependent together for many years Ningyao. Is a face as like as 2 peas. However, Tian knows that this is Qin Luo God, not Ningyao. Yaoer has turned into a spirit seed, sleeping in her own elixir field. It's a pity that his body is too young and too disheartened to deserve the noble soul of Emperor Dan. In an instant, Tian released his arms and freed Qin Luo from his arms. Otherwise, his change will embarrass him. Qin Luotian left Tian's arms and looked at Tian's face. His white and soft fingers gently stroked his forehead. Tian, it's really you. It's so nice that you didn't die. Tian pulls Qin Luotian to sit down on the sofa and says in a soft voice, I'm back well, aren't I? Tell me in detail, what's the matter? You didn't tell anyone that I was alive, did you? Qin Luotian shook his head vigorously. I didn't tell anyone. I'll tell you about it. If you have a way, you can do it. If you can't, I don't want you to take risks. Well, you say. Tian knows that Qin Luotian's concern is chaotic, and he can't prove how powerful he is now. Let's make clear the whole story first. Well, let's start with Tianju Mountain. Xiao Changchun came back from there this morning and was injured. He came back with 3 people, and all of them were injured. It's said that he was injured by the people on the mountain. I don't know what the specific force is. If you want to know the details, you need to ask Xiao Changchun. Qin Luotian straightened out his thoughts and introduced them. What about the Temple of Miluo? Tian continues to ask. It happened last night. Mengfang had been supervising the construction of the Miluo Palace. It was also attacked by the mountain people, and Feilei Peak was occupied. The craftsmen were driven away and more than a dozen people died. That Nifu also was injured, temporarily does not have the life danger. Qin Luo continued. So you haven't figured out the specific identity of the other party yet? When Tian heard this, he was filled with indignation and asked in his eyes. I don't know much about it. In a word, the mountain people are invincible to me, who have just awakened. According to Mengfang, there are 3 sects and 5 sects, and some of them are more powerful. Xiao Changchun and Mengfang are not enemies of each other. For some reason, they didn't kill them. Instead, they asked them to send a message to the Qin family. They wanted to hand over all the property of the Qin family at noon today, and then go away. Said here, Qin Luo got angrily clenched his fist. Tian nodded and said, since I'm back, you don't have to worry. It's only a matter of minutes whether you take back the Qingmingzong base in Tianju Mountain or take back the site of Miluo Palace in Feilei. It's just that once I show up, those enemies will know that I'm not dead, and they may hide far away. I just want to take this opportunity to see which clowns are so rampant. Of course, we also need to test the loyalty of those who have invested in our company. Tomorrow will be a good touchstone. I hide in the dark and appear in a different way. When it's time to do it, I will do it naturally. Don't worry about this, and don't let anyone know, otherwise it won't work. Tian said, and took out 6 drops of nature liquid from Shumi commandment. These 6 holy medicines can be handed over to Qiu Changchun, Meng Fong, and Niefu after dawn. They say that they are the healing medicines I just found here. You don't have to worry if they don't accept them. What's more, do you know about the recruitment of the blackguards of the Miluo Palace and the disciples of heaven and man? After thinking about it, Tian asked again. I know something. There are more than 60 people who have signed up to join the blackguards. There are more than 100 people who want to worship under the gate of the Miluo Palace. All of them have registered information. Later, because so many things happened, your phone couldn't get through, and the enemy had no taboo against you. Many people believed the rumor that you were dead. Some people had left Jiangnan, but some didn't leave for the time being. I sent someone to put them in a house. Qin Luoshan gave a detailed introduction. Tian nodded. It's enough to have this information. My phone has been turned off to ensure that the information doesn't leak out. You can sleep for a while. It'll be dawn soon. Tomorrow, I will always be there, even if you can't see me, don't worry. Do you understand? Well, I'm much more practical with you here, but I'm a little sorry to keep my family busy and worried. However, I know your intention. It is a good touchstone. It will be clear whether it is an enemy or a friend, whether it is true or false. Qin Luogod said, long breath to see Tian, but found that there is Tian's shadow in the attic. The next day. Near noon, on the square in front of the Qin family manor, Qin Luoshan and Qin Laozi led the Qin family to wait here. When we know that the people who covet the Qin family's property are the immortal people who can do magic from high to high, the Qin family gives up the last resistance under the leadership of the Qin master. Because the enemy put down their words and left the Qin family without permission, they were all executed. As a result, many members of the Qin family left without risking death. Not far away from the old man, Meng Fong, Qiu Changchun, Niefu, and a few Tiangang disciples who had thrown themselves into the door of the Miluo Palace gathered together, looking very dignified. Qiu Changchun, in particular, dials Tian's number over and over with his mobile phone, but every time he dials it, his heart sinks. Tian has turned off the phone. Naturally, he can't get through. Several elders, I found this from the room where Tian lived. Tian once said that this medicine is very effective for healing. If you can use it, I will give it to you. When Qiu Changchun dialed the number again, and then put away the phone completely, Qin Luoshan has come quickly. Qiu Changchun suffered an internal injury in Qingningzong base. At this time, it was very difficult for him to fight. Qin Luoshan said that Tian's healing medicine, which was left by Tian, could not help but brighten his eyes. He took one and sent it directly to the entrance. The other 5, without any hesitation, took the liquid of nature. Well, it's really a panacea. I've not only recovered from all my injuries, but also reached the peak of my mana. Feeling the change of his body, Qiu Changchun's face was full of joy. Then he said to Qin Luo, Miss Qin, our accomplishments are not enough to compete with the enemy. However, I put aside my words. It's not important to lose some property. Today, even if I die, my disciples of Miluo Palace will also protect the personal safety of the Qin family. Count me in. Meng Fong took a step forward. He was entrusted by Tian to help supervise the construction of the temple. Strictly speaking, he was not a disciple of the temple. And me. With a clear female voice, Yan Bing doesn't know where she came to them. Smelly girl, you've come to die, too. Seeing Yan Bing, Qiu Changchun felt even more heavy. Yan Bing gave a sad smile. I'm a disciple of the Miluo Palace. The Qin family and the elder martial brother of the leader jointly build the Miluo Palace. Although the elder martial brother of the leader is gone, how can I be a deserter? Besides, when Tian dies, I don't want to live alone. Hearing this, Qin Luoshan can't help shaking his body and glancing around. He doesn't see where Tian is. Instead, he steps forward and hugs Yan Bing. Ha ha ha, we are all ready. Just as he was talking, suddenly on the other side of Qin's square, a shadow flashed, and a man appeared on the square out of thin air. Look at its appearance, about 30, a black suit, cheekbones on a ferocious scar, particularly eye-catching. In the sky behind, 2 swords flew quickly and landed beside the young man in black, as if he was headed by the young man in black. Farther away, a group of people are running towards this side quickly, and the sound of footsteps makes the earth rumble. On the other hand, it was a fleet of dozens of taxis that broke through the dust. They were also driving towards the Qinjiazhuang garden. Looking at such a huge momentum, not only the Qin family, but also Zhou Changchun and other mountain people are worried. In the Miluo Palace and Qingmingshan base, they were defeated by each other. Although they knew that their opponents were strong, they did not expect that they also had an obvious advantage in the number of people. The young man in black, who appeared out of thin air, paid no attention to the people walking behind him, but focused on the taxi team. Soon, dozens of taxis arrived at the gate of the manor, and many armed women got out of the taxis. When they all came out, we could see that there were more than 100 people. There are many women who are beautiful and slim, but their faces are solemn and murderous. Master Chu? When Zhou Changchun saw the comber, he could not help frowning and murmuring, "The people of Shuiyuzong also came to the well and hit the stone?" Zhou Daoyu, Shuiyuzong came to help the temple of Miluo. During the suspicion, Chu Shangyun, the leader of Shuiyu's sect, led his disciples into the manor. Behind him, Yunfei, Mo Qingqing, Chen Bing and others followed closely. Master Chu, when the Miluo Palace was in trouble, there was Shuiyuzong to watch and help. Master Qiu gave thanks on behalf of Master Yi. Zhou Changchun bowed deeply, feeling grateful. Both of them are ancient martial arts. Shuiyu's sect has a deep relationship with Miluo Palace. Besides, they are deeply favored by Lord Yi. Is there any reason why they can't help each other when they see death? Chu Shangyun, the leader of Shuiyu's sect, nodded slightly and said with emotion. At this time, the group of people from afar had come to the young man in black. One of them, a middle-aged man with white face, yelled to the manor, "Zhou Changchun, when you betray Tian Gangate, you think you can be happy with Yi Tian? You can't imagine today, can you? You Qianfan, you are so stupid that you started to help the tyrant. Are you going to bury the Tian Gangate in your hands?" Seeing the shouting man, Zhou Changchun looks cold and shouts in a deep voice. He didn't expect that Tian Gangate would come to this muddy water. "Zhou Changchun, and Mu Mao, you killed my Duanquan disciple in Kunlun Mountain that day by relying on Yi Tian, and abolished my younger martial brother Wu Tianliang's cultivation. Today is your time to die." In the crowd, a thin old man came out and yelled at Zhou Changchun. It was Mun, the leader of Duanquan sect. Okay, Duanquan Gate and Tiangang Gate, if you are not afraid of death, put your horses here. I can tell you that Lord Yi of Miluo Palace is coming here. There is a wrong rumor outside. It's not Lord Yi who was engulfed by the dragon demon in Changbai Mountain. If you don't believe me, I'll see you later. Zhou Changchun measured the strength of the enemy and ourselves. Although Shuiyuzong helped, Shuiyuzong was a woman with weak overall strength. He still had no chance of winning against the elite of Shangduangquan and Tiangang, as well as several other unidentified but extremely high-level strong men. He had to move out of Yi Tian, hoping that the other side would be afraid. Zhou Changchun, don't be a fool. It is confirmed that the young man who was engulfed by the dragon demon is completely consistent with all the characteristics of Yi Tian. Who else in the world has a red-black flying sword? Yu Qianfan hummed coldly. Today, when a strong man breaks his wrist, don't blame my younger martial brother for being merciless. In order to maintain the rules of Tiangang Gate, I can't say it. Today I'm going to clean up the gate. And me, Taiman disciple. And me, disciple of Qingming sect. Yi Tian was extremely rampant that day and destroyed our clan. Fortunately, we didn't get away with it in the mountains at that time. Now it's a cycle of cause and effect. Retribution is not good. Disciples of the Miluo Palace, be ready to bear our anger of revenge. From the crowd, out of more than 20 people, Zhou Changchun take an eye to see, it is really Taiman and Qingmingzong. When Yi Tian was there, they all picked up their tails. As soon as Yi Tian fell, they couldn't wait to jump out. At the thought of Yi Tian, Zhou Changchun was deeply saddened and failed to achieve his ambition. However, the heaven and man were separated forever. Before the establishment of the Miluo Palace, he had to face the butcher's knife of the enemy. Thinking of this, Zhou Changchun gave a long roar and said, "Come on, let's put your horses on the horse. Let's solve the grievances between the Miluo Palace and you. Don't hurt the innocent. Please keep your last conscience and let go of the ordinary people like Qin family. Otherwise, we will fight to the death with you and die together." Haha, it's okay to let the others of the Qin family go, but it's said that the relationship between Qin Luoshan and Yi Tian, the eldest lady of the Qin family, is extraordinary. Other people can go, but Qin Luoshan must stay. To be honest, I have a crush on her. Besides, don't regard a damned temple of Milo as a decent family. I don't believe it. There are no people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. I'm in charge. As long as anyone breaks away from the temple of Miluo and plunges into the door of my broken fist, he will not die. Nun's eyes swept all the people in the presence of the temple of Miluo, and he said very arrogantly. Qin Luo God looked at the disciples of the Miluo Palace calmly, but he prayed secretly in his heart, hoping that no one would betray the Miluo Palace. Fortunately, Zhou Changchun and Yan Bing were filled with righteous indignation and did not waver. Sanchi, the last Sanchi time, once Sanchi has passed, there will be no more chance. A sword in Nun's hand was raised slowly, and the ultimatum was issued. Nun, don't worry. We are all men who are not afraid of death. Looking at the disciples of the Miluo Palace, Zhou Changchun could not help but say haughtily. As soon as the words were heard, a figure suddenly jumped out of the crowd and shot out of the manor, shouting, "I leave the temple of Miluo and enter the broken fist gate." Jiang Ming, you beast! Seeing this man clearly, Zhou Changchun was extremely resentful, so he wanted to pursue him with his sword. Qin Luoshan held out his hand to stop him and said calmly, "Master Qiu, let him go. He can only say that he knows people and faces, but not heart. There is a cycle of cause and effect, and retribution is not good. I believe he will get retribution soon." Jiang Ming was just a middle-term cultivation at the prefecture level. When Yi Tian got the purple stone gall, he saved this man and took him as his subordinate. He served for the Qin family and later became a disciple of the Miluo Palace. Compared with Zhou Changchun, Jiang Ming came earlier, just a few days later than Li Dezhuang. On weekdays, Qin Luoshan saw that Jiang Ming was very alert and could do things in his own heart. He gave him a very good treatment. Unexpectedly, he just showed his true form today. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qiu. We're looking for a higher level of cultivation. Today is the day of death. I'm not going to die for the Miluo Palace. Now that Lord Yi is dead, the name of the Miluo Palace is dead. I advise you to turn your arms on the spot and think about your own life and family." Jiang Ming thought that he could persuade the disciples of the Miluo Palace to surrender, or to have more advanced capital in Duanshuan Gate, so he said without shame. Shameless man, thanks to Lord Yi for treating you well. I'm Wen Chang. I'm here to help the temple. Zhou Changchun did not speak, only to see the corner of the pavilion somewhere in the manor a flash, when Shang holding a sword, appeared. Guanyun Valley Dayu helps Zhou Daoyu with his fist. Lin Wuwei helps Mengfang Taoist friends with boxing. Lu Ban helped Zhou Daoyu with his boxing. Although I was not from the Miluo Palace, the Miluo Palace looked up to me and wanted to recruit him as a guard in black. If Lord Yi died, I would give it up. However, I have been with Zhou Daoyu for a long time. I can't stay out of the trouble just for Zhou Daoyu's sake, not for the temple of Miluo. In succession, 3 more mountain people hiding in the manor appeared. Ha ha ha, good, good. I just want you all to jump out and catch you all. It's not a waste of my time here. The young man in black, who first appeared, suddenly said with a loud smile. Then, with a flash of cold light in his eyes, he said, "Is there anyone who is not afraid of death and gives help to the temple of Miluo?" And I, Yao Fu, helped the Miluo Palace with boxing. As soon as the voice fell, a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes came out from among the buildings. As soon as he appeared, the young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, who called himself Yao Fu, immediately attracted the attention of many people. Different from other people who came to help boxing before, those who gave their names just now were immediately familiar with each other to say hello and give thanks. Most of all, Zhou Changchun would also explain some scenes on behalf of the Miluo Palace. The appearance of the young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, there was a moment of silence. The enemy outside the manor was watching coldly, and the temple of Miluo was also puzzled. From the breadth point of view, this Yaofu was about the midterm cultivation of the prefecture level. It's good for young people to have such a realm. Most importantly, Zhou Changchun and Meng Fong looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. No one knew the young man. Even this person's name is the first time I've heard it. On behalf of the Miluo Palace and Lord Yi, Zhou expressed his gratitude to Yao Daoyu for his kindness. The cold state is only a very short period of time. Zhou Changchun will take the lead to respond, boxing thanks. Qin Luoshan looks at Yao Fu carefully, and the color of thinking in his eyes flashes away. At the moment when the other person just appears, she suspects that this person is Yi Tian in disguise. After all, Yi Tian said yesterday that today he will hide in the dark and appear in a different face. However, after some observation, he denied what he had just thought. This man has nothing in common with Yi Tian. His height, face shape, and eyebrows are very different. Just don't know where Yi Tian is hiding. Qin Luoshan's eyes passed Yaofu, inadvertently looked around, and finally got nothing back. Although I haven't known Lord Yi for a long time, Lord Yi has saved my life. Although I am in a low state, I can't stand by when the temple is in danger. The young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes came to Zhou Changchun and said with a hug. Zhou Changchun nodded slightly and said, if you are in danger, you don't have to fight to death. If you can show up here, the Miluo Palace is very grateful. Don't put yourself in it again. His eyes were filled with some respect and emotion. Those who came to help boxing were admirable. Even if they didn't come, no one could say anything at the critical moment of life and death. Maybe it's just a matter of morality and will carry some heavy things. And this young man named Yao Fu, no one knows his relationship with Yi Tian, and no one knows his existence. Originally, he could not come, but at this time of crisis, he still came. This is the most precious thing. Don't worry, I know it. The young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes nodded slightly and looked out of the manor. Ha ha ha, it seems that these people are the only ones today. There are still many people coming here. It's not a waste of the time I've been waiting for so long. Outside the manor, the young man in black looked that there was no one coming. He laughed a few times, waved his hand in the air, and cried out, now, except for Qin Luo God, ordinary people don't leave any. The cultivators abandon all their accomplishments, and the monks keep their mouths alive. I have something to ask about Yi Tian. Yes, with the young man's order, the people on the mountain stepped forward and pressed towards the manor. Zhou Changchun, Meng Fong, Wen Chang, and Xu Shangyun, together with the disciples of Shueiyue sect, came forward to protect the Qin family. The two sides are at war, watching a scuffle break out soon. Mr. Chiu, I'm Yi Tian. My whereabouts should not be disclosed for the time being. I'll take care of all the rubbish. You can protect all the people of the Qin family. The young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes said a few words to Zhou Changchun's voice, then he lined up the crowd and left the queue. Zhou Changchun heard this familiar voice, his body was slightly shocked, his eyes were full of excitement, and his eyes fell on the young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. At the same time, he saw that Xu Shangyun, the leader of Shueiyue sect, also turned his eyes on Yi Tian. Zhou Changchun understood that Yi Tian must have sent a message to Xu Shangyun. Yi Tian suddenly appeared. Zhou Changchun, who had been holding the heart of death, was like seeing the sun in the sky in the clouds. He immediately had the backbone, and his solemn and stirring color was swept away. He said to the people beside him, stick to the manor, protect the Qin family. If you fight against the Miluo Palace and the Qin family, go through me first. Are you fighting in groups or alone? Yi Tian stands in front of the crowd with his bare hands and looks at the many mountain people who come running. Those who get in the way die. At present, a Tian-level old man of Duanquanmen suddenly waved his medium-sized spirit sword, drew a virtual shadow with a blue pitching, and cleaved it to Yi Tian's shoulder. The old man didn't look at the young man who was only in the middle of the prefecture level. When he wielded his sword, he seemed to have seen the scene of Yi Tian's shoulder being cut off by a sword. If the young man in black is not the leader, he should stay alive for interrogation, and even he is absolutely sure to kill each other with one sword. Yi Tianling snorts, his right hand greets the sword light, and his left hand strikes the old man's belly like lightning. The sword light suddenly converges, and the old man is knocked upside down by the force of a blow and bumps into the people behind. Ah! My elixir field. Feeling the magic power of elixir field pouring out like a tide, the old man gave a painful cry, and felt a burst of despair in his heart. His cultivation for most of his life was abandoned by the other party. From then on, he will always be a useless person. Yi Tian sneers at the old man's lips. He doesn't care about the old man anymore. His body flickers and his palms are patted continuously. Bang bang bang, the enemy's hands were flapped by him one after another, and they all hit the elixir field, destroying the opponent's cultivation. If you want to abolish the cultivation of the disciples of the Milieu Palace, you should abolish your cultivation first. Yi Tian didn't use the fierce sword, didn't use the Pushu fist, and didn't use the Lingua Shenlian. He just kept shooting with one hand. In each palm, a person from the heaven-level mountain was patted by him, breaking the elixir field and abandoning his cultivation. As for some prefecture-level mountain people, Yi Tian didn't pay attention to them and let them rush to the crowd behind them. Naturally, Qiu Changchun and others were there to receive them. 7 levels of Dongfu? The summit of heaven? The enemy mountain people's attack was frustrated, and the people behind immediately retreated, leaving those mountain people lying on the ground and rolling. The young man in black and a man on the mountain looked at Yi Tian, who was showing his divine power. They made a sound almost at the same time and broke his cultivation. At this time, Yi Tian will show his breath in the 7 levels of the cave, which is just equivalent to the peak of the heaven level. It would be too fake if he still shows himself in the medium level of the prefecture level. Yes, I'm just the highest level of cultivation. If you want to fight against the temple, you should step on my corpse first. Yi Tian glances behind him, and the more than a dozen people who rush past the prefecture-level realm mountain have been killed by Qiu Changchun and others. The other half of them have also abandoned their cultivation, and have been put aside by acupoints. Ha ha, is the top of heaven great? It's just a mantis arm. The young man in black laughed a few times and pointed to a middle-aged man beside him. You, go and abolish him. This man is the only one of the top heaven-level strongmen in Qingming sect, named Luoqiu. He was not in Tianzhu Mountain that day, so he got away with it. Luoqiu didn't dare to listen to the order of the young man in black. He nodded slightly and raised his half-step spirit sword with a dignified face. At a certain moment, he ran forward a few steps, brushed his 2 swords, and shot at Yi Tian with 2 frightening swords. Yi Tian wields a magic power to defeat the sword. He bends his right hand to a bullet. A stone from the explosion shoots to Luoqiu with the power of 1 bullet. Poof! Like lightning, the stone shoots into Luoqiu's belly and penetrates the immortal's life. Ah, my Dantian! Luoqiu screamed, covered his belly, and slowly fell to the ground, his body twitching in the pain. Who else? Yi Tian, with both hands on his back, looks at the opposite crowd with fierce eyes. The other camp was silent, but there was a burst of cheers from the Qin camp. No one thought that at the critical moment, there was such a strong support, relying on their own strength to suppress the enemy. With this man named Yao Fu, there is a little more hope of survival today. There are only a few people who know Yi Tian's identity. Even Qin Luotian didn't know that Yao Fu was Yi Tian at the beginning. He just doubted. Now Yi Tian's hand, she has completely confirmed her guess, can't help but look down on Yi Tian, each affectionate mixed with infinite joy. Broken Fist Gate? Tiangang sect? Taimen? Qingming sect? Yi Tian's eyes slowly swept across the other camp, saying out the door of the other side. Don't you clamor to destroy the Milieu Palace and the Qin family? Do you think Yi Tian can do whatever he wants? Don't you have the guts? Yi Tian's tone is extremely arrogant, with cold and disdain in his voice. Come on. Who else dares to fight me? No one? Do you mountain people with accomplishments only dare to bully the weak and ordinary people? If you don't dare to fight alone, let's go together. No one dares to go together? Yi Tian looks at hundreds of people coldly with aggressive words. You Qian fan? Man? Weren't you arrogant just now? Do you have a bear now? With such aggressive momentum, no one dares to stand out. Yi Tian's eyes fall on Yu Qianfan and Muan. These two people feel the thick murder in Yi Tian's eyes, and they can't help but step back a few steps. Ran Quan, the Earth Star Man, is a frog in the well. Go and let him know what is the road to practice. From the beginning to the end, the silent young man in black suddenly sneered and told a fat man around him. Yi Tian naturally heard what the young man in black said, but he still put his hands down and didn't care. The 8th-level realm of the fat man's cave is just 1 level higher than the 7th-level realm revealed by Yi Tian. From the breath, Yi Tian can see that this man is the monk of darkness coming to the square-inch spiritual realm. Fat man smell speech, to black dress youth arch hand, step out of the crowd, toward Yi Tian contemptuous smile, boy, your time to die. With these words, he pinched the Jew with both hands, and a silver shining flying sword appeared out of thin air. Then the fat man pointed to Yi Tian and drank disease in his mouth. The flying sword turned into a silver light and shot at Yi Tian. The silver light is very fast. In the blink of an eye, it reaches Yi Tian. The crowd behind him makes an exclamation. As soon as the voice rises, Yi Tian holds it in the air with his right hand. The silver light suddenly converges, turns into the body of the silver sword and falls into Yi Tian's hands. Almost at the same time, he gestured and swung, and the silver sword turned into a silver light again. In a moment, it passed through the fat man's chest. Under the huge inertia, the silver sword shot through more than a dozen people, through the crowd and into the distance. Where the sword light passed, blood light splashed, and more than a dozen corpses were lying in the crowd. Thief, dare you! As soon as his face changed, the young man in black began to drink, and his figure disappeared from the original place. In the middle of everyone's surprise, Yi Tian suddenly claps his hand at the empty place beside him. He sees a splash of red and white objects everywhere. The young man in black shows his figure. Then he falls to Yi Tian's feet with a plop. His whole head has turned into a pile of disgusting fragments and disappeared from his shoulder. You dare to sneak attack on the 9th floor of the cave. Yi Tian looked coldly at the opposite crowd. Is there anyone else coming up? Don't be wild, wait for me to kill you. Voice just fell, a sound from the sky, like thunder in general. Then a black light came from the sky in the distance. It was a man flying in the imperial sword when he came near. See God. Many people on the mountain, who are still in shock, see this man and bow to the sky. The middle-aged man, with a cold face, flew to the top of the people's heads, exuding the pressure. After looking at Yi Tian, his eyes fell on the crowd again, and his voice was full of murders. Niefu, you betray the Lord, the crime is unforgivable. Now if you look back and report all the things of Yi Tian truthfully, you will be spared your death. If not, I will teach you to destroy both body and spirit. This person is supercilious, and even Yi Tian, who just showed his power, didn't pay any attention. Yi Tian didn't speak. He stood still in the same place, with an indifferent color on his face. He has already guessed who the person is. Niefu once said that the Lord of Darkness sent 2 dark monks to watch the sea, and one of them was killed by him in Qingmingzong. The monk who came to see the sea was naturally the other one left. Zhongshan, don't talk nonsense, kill or cut casually. Since I've been under the door of the temple of Miluo, I'm no longer the practice of darkness. In the crowd, Niefu comes forward, takes a look at Yi Tian, and returns fearlessly. Now returning to Fengsuan's spiritual realm must be a dead end, otherwise she won't stick to it all the time. Now her only hope is that this big-eyed young man can kill Zhongshan. Moreover, she has a feeling that this young man named Jiaofu is Yi Tian. Although her observation did not show any sign of the young man changing his appearance with magic power, the feeling was so clear. Perhaps the source of feeling is from Yi Tian's heart-locking skill. Hearing Niefu's reply so hard, Zhongshan's face sank and hummed coldly, then you'll wait to eat the evil fruit yourself. At the end of the speech, he no longer looks at Niefu, but slowly drops his eyes on Yi Tian, and suddenly drinks. Even if you suppress the realm, you can't escape death today.
With the voice and gesture, a long golden gun shoots at Yi Tian like lightning. Mana gun. It's metal Taoism.
Yi Tian's face swept a golden gun without expression, and casually waved his right fist to the point of the gun.
Boom!
With a bang, Yi Tian's body was still, but the golden gun, which was transformed by the magic power, exploded, turned into a little bit of fluorescence and dissipated in the world with rich aura. As soon as Zhongshan's eyes were fixed and his figure flashed, his sword was about to flee. But as soon as he got up, he saw a flash of silver light, a flying sword flew to Zhongshan's neck in a flash, and a big good head had separated from his opponent's shoulder and landed on the ground. The flying sword also lost control and fell into the square. Seeing this scene, many people on the mountain were terrified. They were just like conditioned reflex. They swarmed and scattered, competing for their lives. Yi Tian's body suddenly disappeared from the original place. Almost at the same time, a mountain man suddenly covered his abdomen and fell down. Next, another man collapsed to the ground in the same posture as the previous one.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
For example, the sound of defeating Go rang out continuously, and one person fell to the ground at the time of each sound.
Shuiyuzong, follow the leader of this clan to pursue the enemy. He will not hurt his life, but only abandon his cultivation. In the manner, Zhu Shangyun waved his sword and led the disciples of Shuiyuzong to rush out. Meng Daoyu, please protect the Qin family and the disciples of the Miluo Palace. Follow me to pursue the enemy.
You will not hurt your life, but only abandon your accomplishments. Xiao Changchun said a word to Meng Fong, and then called a few disciples of the Miluo Palace to rush out. When Shang, Daiyu, Lin Wuwei, Lu Ben and other Sancho took a look at each other and understood each other. They also rushed out one after another to pursue and kill the enemy.
Bang!
In the distance, a voice rang out, and Yu Qianfan, the owner of Tian Gangate, was suddenly shocked and squatted on the ground.
Bang!
Another voice came out, and Mune, the leader of the Broken Fist sect, was almost the same as Yu Qianfan.
Dan Tian was suddenly hit hard, and his mana overflowed like a tide.
In an instant, he changed from a mountain man to a useless man. Yi Tian is shapeless, but it seems to be everywhere. The first ones to be abandoned are those mountain people with high level and fast speed. Whoever runs ahead will be the first to be abandoned. Sound after sound, accompanied by a murmur or scream, one after another someone fell down. The mountain people of Gazonman who are running away are terrified. Under the encirclement of Yi Tian and the encirclement and killing of Shuiyuzong and Miluo Palace, the remaining mountain people finally collapse.
At first, some people threw down their weapons, knelt down on the ground, and gave up their resistance to surrender.
With the first one, the others knelt down one after another, their hands on the ground, their heads buried between their palms, almost as low as the dust. In an instant, the remaining enemy mountain people all knelt down on the ground, and no one dared to continue to escape. On the periphery of these people, they were surrounded by Miluo Palace, Shuiyuzong and a group of Sancho.
Their weapons were ready to strike at any time.
In the encirclement, suddenly the figure flashed, and Yi Tian appeared out of thin air again. After that, his body became blurred, and his whole body trembled strangely. When he stabilized his body, his appearance changed from thick eyebrows and big eyes to handsome and elegant.
Yi Tian! Yi Tian! Lord! There was a burst of exclamation in the crowd. It was not until this time that they knew that this Xiaofu, who displayed great power, was Yi Tian, the patriarch of the Miluo Palace, who died in the rumor. With a few friendly calls, the crowd broke out in the long cheers. At this time, kneeling on the ground, those people secretly look up to Yi Tian, with a dead gray look on their face. There are more than 100 of these people who want to surrender. Yi Tian stops his cheering by pressing his hand. Then he cheers coldly in his voice, abandon all cultivation. Lord Yi, we don't dare anymore. We pledge our allegiance to the Lord to the death and make atonement as cattle and horses. Lord Yi, please spare your life. We have changed our ways and worked hard for the Miluo Palace. Yi Tian's sentence, let those mountain people one lin, no longer before the fierce gas, have no bottom line to beg for mercy. Master, show mercy. I was blinded by lard for a while. If I knew that the master was not dead, I would not leave the temple. One climbs up to Yi Tian, holding his thigh and pleading. Jiang Ming, it's useless to say more. Betrayers are more hateful than enemies. You're on your way today. Yi Tian said without expression, clapping Jiang Ming's head to pieces. Do it. Immediately, Yi Tian nodded to Qiu Changchun. Qiu Changchun understood and gathered his magic power. He stood up and kicked one man's elixir field, abolishing the other's cultivation. With Qiu Changchun's hands, one after another people joined the ranks of the enemy's elixir. Even some of the enemy mountain people do it by themselves and abandon their cultivation. They are afraid that others will do it. Apart from the elixir field being abandoned, they will also cause other injuries. This scene can be described as extremely desperate, extremely tragic. Those mountain people naturally regret it very much, but it's all too late. As time goes by, they can't catch up. If they want to go back, they have no way to go. From the beginning to the end, Yi Tian looked on coldly, without any pity in his heart. If these mountain people are kind-hearted, they will naturally be paid as treasures to Yi Tian. However, as a villain who besieged the temple of Miluo, he would not be soft-handed. The great disaster is coming, and the dark monks of the square-inch spiritual realm are coming one after another. Maybe in the near future, there will be more other forces coming to the earth. Yi Tian is just at the time of employing people. With every extra strength, he can provide more protection for the common people. However, these people can't use it at all. Today they will be under the command of the coming Dark Friars, and it will be possible in the future. If we keep them, we will bring disaster to ourselves. As for using other methods to control these people to do things for themselves, Yi Tian also gave up the idea. To encircle and kill the Miluo palace, he must show his own attitude and give the rest of the people in the mountain power. No one in the Miluo palace or the Qin family is allowed to plot. The end of the schemer is just around the corner. What's more, once the control fails, or is cracked by the Dark Friars in the square-inch spiritual realm, will they not raise a tiger? After a short period of time, all the accomplishments of more than 100 enemies were abandoned. After another inspection, none of them missed the net. Yi Tian ordered people to clean the battlefield and imprison them in the Qin manner. This action, Yi Tian is to see to come to help these fellow boxing, bent down to a deepy, today, thank you for your help, Yi Tianming carved heart, later will be rewarded. I don't dare to be such a great gift from Lord Yi. It's difficult for the Miluo palace. Shueiyue sect is deeply favored by the Lord, so it's naturally duty-bound. But this time, our strength is really limited. Xu Shangyun, the leader of Shueiyue sect, said with a bitter smile. The most important thing is to be affectionate and sincere. I know that Guizong has declared to close the door to the outside world, but today, despite the disaster of exterminating the sect, he gives help to the Miluo palace. I have Yi Tian in mind. I owe Guizong a great favor. If there is something to do in the future, Master Chu will speak up. With that, Yi Tian looked slowly at the disciples of Shu Yuzong, such as Yunfei, Mu Qingqing, Su Qing and Chen Bing, and nodded slightly. Looking at Yi Tian, these disciples couldn't hide their joy. Only Su Qing lowered his head in a complicated way. As for what he was thinking, no one knew. Wen Dao, Dai Dao Yu, Lin Dao Yu, Lu Dao Yu. After thanking Shu Yuzong, Yi Tian looks at Wen Chang, Dai Yu, Lin Wuwei, and Lu Ben. Among them, Wen Chang is an old acquaintance, and Yi Tian, the other three, has met him for the first time. It can be said that there is no intersection with the Miluo palace. Their moves are entirely based on the face of Qiu Changchun and Meng Fong. Even so, they can risk the risk of dying to come to help boxing, which also shows the high righteousness of each other. Yi Tian called several people in a row and said, Yi also owes you a favor. Lord Yi, we are invited to join the Black Guards of the Miluo Palace. Although the Lord didn't come back at that time, we already regard ourselves as the people of the Miluo Palace, so we won't run away. Besides, we are all a family, so we don't have to be polite. Lin Wuwei, who was nearly 50 years old, was the first to speak. Lu Ben and Dai Yu also embraced each other. Lu Ben, who was a little fat, said. Lu Ben formally applied to join the Miluo Palace. Please accept it. Dai Yu also joined the Miluo Palace. Please accept it. The white-faced Dai Yu then applied. Wen Chang is also willing to join, and on behalf of his daughter gently asked to join the Temple of Miluo. Wen Chang is the last one to open his mouth and embraces Yi Tian. Yi Tian said with a smile, with the participation of you, the Miluo Palace will continue to grow and create brilliance. You will be the elders and the pillars of our Miluo Palace. I think you are at the peak of the prefecture level. Now, each of you will give us a heavenly elixir and make a breakthrough on the spot. With these words, he took out a porcelain vase from Shumi Ring, poured out 4 Tianlingden from it, and gave each one. 4 people took the pill, a burst of ecstasy in the heart. Can't wait to take the spirit pill. When Yi Tian met Wen Chang was a late cultivation of the prefecture level. Recently, heaven and earth changed and aura revived. With this condition, Wen Chang was able to break through from the late stage of the prefecture level to the peak of the prefecture level. But how difficult it is to break through to the sky level again. It can be said that without Tianlingden, there is no possibility of breakthrough. Dai Yu, Lu Ben and Lin Wuwei are the best friends of Meng Fong and Xiao Changchun respectively. Their accomplishments have remained at the top of the prefecture level for many years. Meng Fong was made by Yi Tiange to break the heaven level. Xiao Changchun was in Kunlun Mountain, and Yi Tiange gave him a heaven-level elixir. For this reason, Meng Fong and Xiao Changchun get Yi Tian's order to recruit the black guards of the Miluo Palace, and they immediately notify these friends to in the final analysis. These 3 people are also aiming at the elixir. They even want to break through to the congenital possibility in addition to being promoted to the heaven level. Now long cherished wish to taste, sure enough, Yi Tian is a hand is 4 days elixir, how they are not ecstatic. Just after taking the elixir, Lu Ben suddenly burst out a strong breath, and the unbreakable barrier of heaven level was suddenly opened under the violent force of the elixir. Under the sound, Lu Ben roared, and his face was flushed with excitement. Thank you very much, Master. Disciple Lu Ben is lucky to be in heaven level. As soon as his voice fell, the breath of Lin Wuwei and Dai Yu also changed abruptly. The momentum of the 2 people was superimposed together. The ground was full of sand and rocks, and the clothes of the people were shocked by the pressure. 2 people break the sky level at the same time. In a burst of shock, people look at Wen Chang. Wen Chang is carrying out the final impact with the mana in the group. The terrible aura of the elixir makes the elixir field fluctuate. After more than 10 breath, it is also a bang, and enters the heaven level. Jin into the sky level of the 4 people looked at each other, at the same time bowed to Yi Tian. Thank you for your help. Yi Tian waved his hand. Don't be polite. This is the normal supply of disciples of our sect. When you reach the peak of heaven level, I will guarantee you to break through to the congenital level. The 4 people's faces once again showed the color of joy. They bowed down and said respectfully, we will live up to the expectations of the patriarch. The eyes of all the disciples of Shuiwei sect, including Chu Xiangyu, the leader of Shuiwei sect, are full of envy, especially Chu Xiangyu, who is only a later cultivation of heaven level, and is still some distance away from the peak of heaven level, let alone beyond heaven level. How could Yi Tian not see the inner thoughts of all the disciples of Shuiwei sect? He pondered a little and said to Chu Xiangyu, originally, I wanted to ask the master of Chu to make a statistics. If you have any needs of your disciples, you should also give them a thank you gift. Now, I'm afraid many sisters are embarrassed to speak. Then I'll make up my own mind. Today, all the disciples who come to help boxing will give me a piece of lingyu. Besides, when the master of Chu reaches the peak of heaven level, I will guarantee you to enter the congenital state. Thank you, Master Yi. Chu Xiangyu expresses her thanks in a hurry. She is very glad that she had a lot of trouble with Yi Tian about Su Qing. However, Yi Tian did not do much for herself after he killed Ji Changming, the Qingming sect. On the contrary, he helped Shuiwei Cave solve the problem of collapse, which is regarded as a great favor from Yi Tian. And Yi Tian also promised to make pills for Shui Yuzong. Before Shui Yuzong had time to repay all this, he heard the news of Yi Tian's death and the crisis in the Miluo Palace. Chu Xianjiokai led his disciples to help boxing, and wanted to end the cause in effect. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened today. Yi Tian not only didn't die, but also defeated the enemy. He got Yi Tian's promise to protect himself. Besides, each disciple gave a piece of jade. Lingyu is such a rare thing. Each piece is valuable, which is of great help to cultivation. This time, Shui Yuzong really took up the stool. Facing Chu Xiangyu's thanks, Yi Tian just smiles and reminds him, Master Chu, this Lingyu is my personal gift, which has nothing to do with Shui Yuzong. I understand Chu Xiangyu's heart was awe-inspiring, and the idea that just came up vanished. Yi Tian warned himself that the personal gift of Lingyu belonged to his disciples. Even as the patriarch, Chu Xiangyu could not be taken away from his disciples. Not only did she understand the meaning of Yi Tian, but also many disciples of Shui Yuzong understood it. They looked at Yi Tian with deep gratitude. Well, start giving away now, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 kinds of Lingyu, who needs which kind of property, stand in a row respectively. Yi Tian spoke again. Oh, my God, it's a gift according to the attribute. One of the disciples exclaimed in surprise, then covered his mouth. His face was unbelievable. Any piece of Lingyu is extremely precious, but the most precious one is the Lingyu that is most suitable for his own cultivation and physique. Among more than 100 people, Yi Tian has to satisfy all the disciples' requirements for Lingyu's attributes without asking. How many Lingyu does he have? This thank you gift is really a great gift. There was a false alarm in the Qin family. The Qin family, including Qin Luotian, had a sense of happiness for the rest of their lives. Originally, Qin Luotian took over the Qin family because of the suppression of the Qin master in Yi Tian, and the compromise of each house. After today's incident, the Qin family really understood that the Qin family was a weak and fat goat in the eyes of the mountain people. They had no power to protect themselves, and sooner or later they would suffer from misfortune. Yi Tian and the Miluo Palace founded by Yi Tian will undoubtedly become the strongest backers of the Qin family in the future. All this is because of the existence of Qin Luo God. Up to now, the Qin family has recognized Qin Luo's identity as the head of the family. With so many helpers coming, Yi Tian finds Qin Luotian and asks her to arrange for people to prepare meals for Shui Yuzong and his party. Chu Shangyun just wanted to take this opportunity to further enhance the relationship with Yi Tian, so he obeyed the master's arrangement and entered the Qin manor with Zhou Changchun and Yanbing. More than 200 people who had been abandoned for cultivation were held in several spacious warehouses. After they were abandoned for cultivation, these people had become ordinary people and were guarded by several disciples of the Miluo Palace and the bodyguards of the Qin family. I don't know when, Yi Tian left the crowd and appeared outside a room. Lord! Li Dezhuang, who was in charge of guarding outside the door, saw Yi Tian and called him in a hurry. Yi Tian nodded slightly and said with a smile of praise, Dezhuang didn't let me down. There are many things during this period. The previous promise to repair the Dantian for Xingli has been delayed. This is the holy medicine for healing. If you take it for Xingli, you can practice again soon. With these words, Yi Tian took out a drop of chemical liquid wrapped in medicine film and sent it to Li Dezhuang. Master, thank you so much. Li Dezhuang looks at the liquid in his hand and says excitedly that his wife Shangli combs her daughter Xiaoxiao's meridians in order to exhaust her internal power and damage her meridians. From then on, Li Dezhuang becomes an ordinary person. This makes Li Dezhuang feel guilty but helpless. After Yi Tian cured Xiaoxiao, he once said that he would repair Dantian for Shengli. At that time, Li Dezhuang thought that Yi Tian just said it casually, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, after such a long time, when I saw Yi Tiancher again, the patriarch remembered it. 1,000 words turned into a thank you. Li Dezhuang was filled with emotion. By the way, suzerain, Xiaoxiao has also awakened Hulingen. I'll let Shangli bring Xiaoxiao to join us. Li Dezhuang suddenly thought of it and said his idea to Yi Tian. Well, welcome to the Miluo Palace, but don't let my wife and I just come here. You can go home and pick it up yourself. Yi Tian finished and stepped into the room. There are only 2 people in this house. One is Yu Qianfan, the leader of Tiangang sect, and the other is Muan, the leader of Duanquan sect. Hearing the footsteps, they look up and see that it's Yi Tian. Their eyes are full of hatred.
Most of their accomplishments are buried in Yi Tian's hands. They already hate each other.
A sneer appeared on Yi Tian's lips. He didn't mean to talk to them.
Instead, he pressed his palm on Yu Qianfan's head to search for his soul. A moment later, changed into Muen. After soul searching, Yi Tian still said nothing and stepped out of the room. When you come to another room, the only remaining monk of darkness comes to you. Yi Tian puts his hand on each other's head again. Unfortunately, the memory in this person's mind has been banned.
Yi Tian's current cultivation can't be solved, so he doesn't get the information he wants. All the information he got about the square-inch spiritual realm came from Niefu. The clue of this man is broken. It seems that if he wants to get more updated information, he has to find another way. Yi Tian, kill us. Otherwise, Tiangang Gate will not let you go. Seeing that Yi Tian was going to leave, Yu Qianfan roared as loud as he could. Yi Tian smiles coldly, don't worry, I will kill you. A sumptuous banquet, the guests and the host enjoy themselves. After dinner, Yi Tian named several people and went to the meeting hall of the Qin family. Among them are Chu Shangyun, Xiao Chanchun, Meng Fong, Lu Ben, Daiyu, Lin Wuwei and Wen Chang. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it is very necessary to inform you of the current situation. Now the earth will soon usher in a catastrophe, which will become a disaster for the whole mankind. As soon as Yi Tian opened his mouth, he surprised everyone here. Master Yi, is it so serious? Can you tell me more about it? Chu Shangyun was also shocked in his heart and asked in a hurry. Yi Tian nodded, now that I have said it, I will explain it thoroughly. Starting from today's event, the reason why Duanshuan Gate and Tiangang Gate collude with each other is that young man in black. And that young man in black is not a human on Earth. You can think of them as coming from another cultivation civilization. It's like this. I've never seen it before? Looking at his accomplishments, he has even gone beyond the innate. Zhou Changchun suddenly said. The place where they live is called Fengsuan Lingyu, because they guess that there is a secret of immortality on the earth, so they began to send people to come to the earth. If the earth can't resist their coming, maybe it won't be long before all the compatriots on the earth will become their slaves and even be slaughtered on a large scale. The Leaf Day Dynasty. Zhou Changchun nodded to confirm for a while. The facial expression says heavily this day is exactly what he is worried about. Instead of keeping this secret, it's better to let more people know and prepare for it. There are two ways for them to come. One is the coming of spirit, which can be understood as the coming of soul, the other is the coming of Numenon. After the arrival of souls, those souls will definitely look for the host, that is, to give up. Each fusion of a host means that a life on the earth will disappear. Yi Tian introduced every sentence in detail, trying to make everyone understand. With his introduction, the faces on the scene are more and more dignified. Today, the main purpose of Tiangang Gate and Duanshuan Gate being brought by the descendants to encircle and suppress the Miluo Palace and the Qin family is to find Xianji. If our strength is not stronger, I'm afraid a massacre will be inevitable. Now, heaven and earth are changing and the aura of the earth is reviving, which proves from another side that this is a strange planet. It's very likely that people in the square-inch spirit realm think that the immortal machine really exists, so they will not give up. They will only send more and more comers until they occupy the whole earth. In order not to let everyone lose their confidence in self-help because their opponents are too strong, Yi Tian just mentioned the square-inch spiritual realm. As for all the people in the sky, Yi Tian doesn't dare to say anything at all. It's estimated that all the people will have to pile up. Listening to Yi Tian's story, Chu Shangyun also thinks of the pictures and words of Shueiyue Cave. All kinds of signs make him have no doubt about Yi Tian's words. Master Yi, we have also seen the realm of those who come. They are not the opponents of Master Yi. What's so terrible? After thinking about it, Chu Shangyun asked. Yi Tian shook his head slightly and said, due to the restrictions of the coming channel, Fengsuan spiritual realm can't come to too many and powerful monks for the time being. What you see today is only the weakest existence of Fengsuan spiritual realm. One day, they will overcome the limitation of the passage of arrival, and bring down a large number of high-level strong people, who will certainly be far more than the congenital ones.
Yi Tian also released some information to prevent these people from neglecting the enemy too much, and their words did not play a warning role.
How do those people compare with the suzerain? Meng Fong, who has never spoken, looks at Yi Tian and asks.
In his eyes, Yi Tian is an almighty god. Yi Tian still shook his head. If a large number of strong people come now, I ask myself that I am not an opponent. Fortunately, there is still room for us to grow and prepare. If the war with Fangsu and Lingyu is not destroyed in a short time, it will enter a long-term state of war. And what we have to do now is to use this short time to respond as soon as possible and improve our strength.
Master, according to your estimation, how much time can you leave us? Chu Shangyun asked solemnly.
Yi Tian stretched out a finger. A year, maybe less time.
A year?
Chu Shangyun exclaimed, suddenly got up, and then slowly sat down. A year's time is too short. I'm afraid I can't break the sky peak at that time. Yi Tian stood up, his face showed a decisive color. Either sit and wait to die, or fight to defend their homes, there is no third choice. Master Yi, I don't know where you got the news, but I believe what you said.
Today, I would like to ask you to give us the truth. For those who come to the spiritual realm, do we have any chance to win?
Chu Shangyun pursed his lips and looked at Yi Tian with great anxiety. Yi Tian nodded solemnly and said, if there is no chance of winning, I will not mention it to you. Just like the sky is about to collapse, why let everyone know in advance that they can't stop it and are anxiously waiting for the moment of collapse?
Why don't you be killed by heaven all of a sudden?
Just because we still have a glimmer of hope, we have to fight for it. However, if all of us on the mountain are like a pack of scattered sand, each of us goes his own way, and there is no overall plan, the result will be either the accomplice of Fangsuan spirit realm or the ghost of Fangsuan spirit realm. With this sentence finished, everyone nodded. In the infinite crisis, there was a little fire of hope. Although the fire was weak and dim, it at least lit up a glimmer of hope that might exist in the future, so that everyone's heart was no longer boundless darkness. Master Yi, from now on, our Shui Yuzong is willing to make an alliance with the Miluo Palace, and all the disciples of Shui Yuzong will obey the orders of the master. After pondering for a moment, Chu Shangyun gets up again and bows to Yi Tian deeply. Yi Tian held out his hand and said, it's a blessing for the common people that the master of Chu is so clear and righteous. At present, the most important thing for us is to unite all the forces that we can unite and improve our accomplishments as soon as possible. When the master of Chu came back to the clan, he could pass on the news to the mountain people who had made friends with him. As for the ordinary people, he didn't have to, so as not to cause panic.
If there is any action, I will consult with the master of Chu at any time. I'll leave you now.
Chu Shangyun stood up straight and wanted to leave. Yi Tian waved his hand and said, don't worry for a moment. In 5 days' time, I'm going to hold the grand ceremony of the opening of the Miluo Palace.
It's not too late for the master of Chu to return to Shui Yuzong after attending the grand ceremony. Ah, you can't miss the grand ceremony of the founding of the patriarch.
At first hearing the news, Chu Shangyun was stunned. Then he reacted and knew that Yi Tian must have some action at the ceremony, so he held it in such a high profile. Yi Tian gestured, and a sword appeared in his hand. He handed it to Chu Shangyun and said with a gentle smile, this time, the patriarch took his disciples to help the Miluo Palace and the Qin family.
All the disciples gave Lingyu as gifts. But after Baoyu reached the peak of heaven level, it was still a cake for the moment.
If you didn't benefit in time, this flying sword will be given to Chu Patriarch.
Thank you so much.
Chu Shangyun can't wait to pick it up, caresses it with great care, and then laughs with embarrassment. I've lost my manners.
I want to have a try now. Seeing Yi Tian nodding his head, Chu Shangyun went out of the meeting hall in high spirits.
When Shang, Xiao Changchun and others looked at Chu Shangyun's back with envious expression. Yi Tianjuan turned back and said with a smile, don't worry, I won't be stingy of your reward for you sacrificing your life and forgetting your death for the sake of Miluo Palace. With these words, Yi Tian took out 6 flying swords one after another and gave each one. After that, he took out 120 pieces of Lingyu and divided them among them. 6 people all over the face happily expressed thanks, each put away, just leaked the news brought about by the pressure slightly eased some. With these things, their strength should be improved in the short term. When Shang informed the rest of Tianxin sect, Disha sect, Shuiying sect, Xiankong sect, Tiangang sect and Duanquan sect to attend the ceremony in 5 days. Xiao Changchun, each of our disciples, Xian-level disciples, has 10 pieces of Zuanlingdan, and each of the prefecture-level disciples has 2 pieces of Delingdan.
You will give them out. After 2 successive orders, Yi Tian left 4 bottles of pills for Xiao Changchun. Others are preparing for the opening ceremony in 5 days' time. They invite acquaintances to visit Feilai Peak. With the last sentence, Yi Tian has disappeared from the room. In the sky, a streamer passed by and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. When he reappeared, Yi Tian had already come to the construction site of Miluo Palace. The construction progress of the Miluo Palace is less than 1/3. There are piles of wood and bluestone everywhere, and some construction machinery. In order to restore the original appearance of the temple, Yi Tian did not let the modern concrete construction technology be used. Instead, he used the traditional technology to supervise the construction. At this time, under Feilai Peak, 2 people's voices came from a row of simple workshops. Come on, do another one. Those people have gone to the Qin family to make a fortune. We are the only ones left. It's bad luck. That's good. Even if we go to the Qin family, can we benefit from it? Who makes us low? Drink the bar, the Qin Luo god is the most beautiful woman, don't know which son of a bitch will be cheap?
Maybe there is more than one cheap one, ha ha ha. 2 people's speech is extremely unbearable, speaking of happy place, all loud laugh. Bang, the wooden door suddenly opened for no reason, and a cold wind poured in. A middle-aged man who was drinking got up and wanted to close the door. When he got to the door, he suddenly saw Yi Tian. He had never seen Yi Tian before. He was used to being arrogant and scolded, "Go away, this is where you can come? Xuanji mountain people?" Yi Tianling snorts, his right hand shakes and crushes the man's throat. The body immediately softened and collapsed to the ground. "Who are you?" Another middle-aged man was also a Xian-level cultivator. Seeing this, he quickly stepped back and threatened Yi Tian, "Who are you?" "I'll tell you, I'm a disciple of Duanquan sect." "You can't leave now. If you're late, you won't be able to run away." "Yes? Is the broken fist gate great?" "It's no use scaring me. Do you know who I am?" "Yi Tian, have you heard of it?" Yi Tian, no, Yi Tian is dead and eaten by the dragon demon. "I'm a broken fist man. Don't come here." When the man hurriedly retreated to the corner, he picked up an iron gun in the corner. Poof! With the iron gun in hand, the man was very brave and stabbed at Yi Tian. Yi Tian grabs the iron gun, but he doesn't know how to use it. The iron gun is twisted into a twist by him. "Broken fist gate, Zhou. It's very brave of you to fight against the temple. The lord of the temple came to pass you by himself. You should be smiling." When Yi Tianling finished, his arm suddenly went up. With a click, he crushed the person's throat. Even killed 2 people, Yi Tian's face is not changed. The first body he did not pay attention to, but put his hand into the arms of the second body. Soon, he took out a piece of gold foil from inside. To start, but see above engraved with a simple trend of mountains and rivers, like a map in general. The gold foil is like as 2 Ps before, and the same style of carving is like the one. The only difference from that one is that there is no grimace mark on it. Yi Tian holds the gold foil in his palm and looks at it carefully. Then he moves his hand and takes out the piece he got before and puts it together. The edge of the gold foil is extremely irregular, and there is no place where the 2 gold foils can overlap. But Yi Tian is sure that the 2 gold foils are originally complete. It's certainly true, but after being torn, they are divided into several pieces. If you want to spell out a complete topographic map, you need to find the rest of the gold foils. When searching for Muan's soul, he found the picture about the gold foil. The disciple of Duanquan sect named Zhou who picked up the gold foil and wanted to give it to Muan for a Xianling pill, but Muan refused. It's just because of this gold foil that Yi Tian Kai went to Feilafing in person. Otherwise, the 2 horses of Xian-level cultivation don't need him to do it in person. From the gold foil, Yi Tian didn't gain any further, so he carefully took it into Shumi commandment. As like as 2 Ps on the gold foil, the face of the face is also the same as the face on the picture. At the beginning, in Fangsuan Lingyu, when he saw some relics left in the Dark Ages, he had seen such faces.
Yi Tian believes that this is no coincidence. It's just that what's hidden in it can only be solved gradually in the future. 5 days passed in a hurry. For 5 days, Yi Tian didn't show up again in the Qin family. He closed for 5 days in a secret basement of the Qin family manor. He sorted out the 11 Shumi rings he had seized in Changbai Mountain, and made an inventory of the items he had collected from the Tianqi underground palace. Even Yi Tian, who is so rich in wealth, can't help but feel excited about the harvest of his trip to Changbai Mountain. With the exception of things collected from the surface, such as spirit jade, weapons and gold, things enclosed in boxes and jars are equally valuable. In addition to the things commonly used in cultivation, there are also some precious refining materials, some seeds of spirit grass, aged for thousands of years, air-dried spirit grass, some materials of demon animals, dozens of demon pills, and even 3 of the 4th-level demon pills. These things will certainly be of great use in the future, so they are sorted out and stored in different kinds of Shumi precepts. The rest of the time, he would not hesitate to spend Lingyu, frantically absorb the pure aura inside, and improve his cultivation. Early on the 6th day, Yi Tian left the basement. After a bath, he changed into a black tang suit prepared by Qin Luoshan. A convoy of dozens of SUVs carrying the people of the Miluo Palace and Shuyuzong rushed to Feilai Peak. At the foot of Feilai Peak, the mountain gate of Miluo Palace has been built. It is made of smooth blue stone, just like a city gate. Above a huge plaque, covered by red silk, in the cold wind hunting plaque, cannot see the purple plaque. Although the building of Miluo Palace has not yet been completed, this mountain gate is quite magnificent. The field outside the gate of the mountain has been leveled and covered with a large red carpet, forming a small square. In the middle of the square is a temporary platform, which is also covered with red hanging colors. On both sides of the square, 2 rows of simple rooms are newly built, which are places for guests to rest. Wooden signs indicating the power of the guests are hung on them. At the back of the platform, there is also a row of simple houses, which are transformed from the original office on the construction site, and now they are also used in the opening ceremony. Yi Tian pushed the door open and got off the SUV. His eyes slowly swept over both sides of the square. There were nearly 100 people standing in 2s and 3s, talking about something in a low voice. See Yi Tian get off, talk about people stop, eyes with Yi Tian's steps have been to the platform. Zhou Changchun flashed out from the side and whispered a few words to Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded slightly, glanced at the guests on both sides, and then sat on the chair on the platform. Just now, he heard clearly that the content of those people's discussion was that they were swallowed up by the dragon demon, and he guessed that the Miluo Palace was bluffing and singing an empty city plan. Seeing Yi Tian sitting down, those people in the mountain of each sect murmured again with their hearts in their hearts. Due to Yi Tian's strict blockade of the news, except for the people who were in the Qin Manor that day, the outside world did not know what the final result of those mountain people who besieged the Qin Manor was. Obviously, most of the people of Sanzongmen came to see the real and the false, rather than to attend the opening ceremony of the Miluo Palace. At this point, behind the vehicle, Xu Shangyun with his disciples also got off the car, chose a wide area to stand in a team. These Yingyan immediately attracted the gaze of the gaze. The voice of discussion sounded again. Shui Yuzong congratulates the opening of Miluo Palace, offering a gift of 10,000 taels of gold. Xu Shangyun takes a few steps to the platform, bows to Yi Tian on the platform, and then Yunfei gives the gift list to Fang Zhong. Fang Zhong looks at the gift list and says, "There was a lot of discussion around. 10,000 taels of gold can be regarded as a very heavy gift. For Shueiyue sect, the weakest of the 5 sects, it really cost money. The 100 Flower Valley is the place to celebrate the opening of the Miluo Palace, offering thousands of pearls and a golden Buddha." After Chu Shangyun retreated, Shi Yun walked out of the crowd, and the entourage also gave the gift list to Fang Zhong, followed by the sound of singing. Yi Tian on the stage still nodded to Qi Yun. After Qi Yun retreated, there was a brief silence. Then a slender middle-aged man came up with a wooden box and handed the gift list to Fang Zhong. Fang Zhong took a look and read, "Sanxiu Mo Dongshan drinks the opening ceremony of Miluo Palace and presents a jasper lion as a gift." When Mo Dongshan stepped down, there was a sound of discussion around him.
People who are familiar with the world all know that there are people with status and status who offer gifts first, and those with less status are behind. It's not that this monk Mo Donchin violated, but because after Shui Yuzong's offering, it should be one of the other 3 sects and 5 sections.
All the family members of Baihua Valley are in line.
If this scattered monk Mo Donchin doesn't come up, it's estimated that the ceremony of Miluo Palace will be in an awkward situation.
Next, there were intermittent scenes in the process of offering gifts.
Most of the gifts came from Sanshio. Although the gifts were very precious for Sanshio, they were not enough compared with the grand ceremony of the opening ceremony of the Miluo Palace. It was not until more than 30 monks finished offering the ceremony that no one came out of the other sects, although there were people present.
Yuqing drinks a chair to celebrate the opening of Miluo Palace and presents 1 billion gifts. After 10 minutes of silence, Emperor Yu came on stage with a gift list. With the first mortal to take the lead, Hao Jiangyi Haoran also went to the stage.
I don't know where these mortal people who have a good relationship with Yi Tian also heard the news. Hao Jiang congratulates Haoran for the opening of the Miluo Palace and presents 1 billion gifts. To celebrate the opening of the Amira Palace on Hong Kong Island, Nanhai Ningxue Pharmaceutical Company, Limited Ningxue congratulates the opening of Miluo Palace, offering a gift of 10 billion yuan. With the last singing ceremony, Ning Shuechong on the stage, Yi Tian smiles and walks down. There was an instant uproar of discussion. Before the gift is not expensive, but the Ningxue Pharmaceutical Ningxue a hand is 10 billion, can be described as a big gift. Seeing that no one came on the stage, Yi Tian got up from his chair and went to the center of the stage. Although the gift-giving process is not so cold, there is only one Shueyu sect offering a gift at the beginning of a new one, and the rest of the sects do not offer a gift. Obviously, they come to watch the fun.
We all want to see how the young patriarch will step down next. However, Yi Tian gave a cool smile and looked around the crowd, then he said in a loud voice, "On the day of the great joy of the Miluo Palace, thank you for coming to congratulate me. It's true that if you come instead of being impolite, Yi naturally won't let you be impolite to friends who sincerely come to congratulate you. Huishue Yuezong thanks for the gift, 1,000 pieces of lingyu. It's really boastful. Once you touch a red mouth and white teeth, you'll get 1,000 yuan of lingyu." Bragg, someone outside whispered. "Yes, can there be 1,000 pieces of lingyu in the whole world?" Someone echoed.
Yi Tian naturally listened, but a sneer appeared on his lips. Then he made a gesture, and 3 big wooden boxes appeared in front of Chu Shangyun out of thin air. Chu Shangyun waved his hand. The past 6 disciples opened the 3 boxes one by one, revealing the 3 boxes full of lingyu with different colors. "Look at the quantity. It's $1,000. Thank you, Master Yi. Chu Shangyun is here to support her. 10,000 taels of gold is a bone-breaking thing for her, but what she didn't expect is that Yi Tian actually returned the gift, and one shot is 1,000 pieces of lingyu. The value of these lingyu is enough to make all mountain people crazy." Feeling the greedy eyes of many people, Yi Tian once again scorned and said with a smile, "The Miluo Palace and Shui Yuzong make an alliance, serve and help each other. Whoever is the enemy of Shui Yuzong is the enemy of Miluo Palace." Chu Shangyun bows to Yi Tian deeply. Yi Tian's promise is even more precious than 1,000 pieces of lingyu. His words are equivalent to ensuring the safety of Shui Yuzong, especially in the crisis of Fangsuan lingyu. Back to the Valley of Flowers, Shi Yun, a spirit soldier. Then, Yi Tian burst out a shocking salute, and a sword flew to Shi Yun. "I'll return to Mo Donchin for a piece of lingbing." Similarly, another sword was thrown to Mo Donchin's hand by Yi Tian. Next, Yi Tian returned all the Sanshio who gave gifts to the Miluo Palace. You know, the ordinary leader of the small clan may not have a soul soldier. If such a soul soldier falls into the hands of the weak, it is likely to cause a bloody battle. However, Yi Tian sent dozens of them as soon as he sent them away. This scene shocked many people. Who can know that Yi Tianxiu's spiritual soldiers are more than just these dozens? After the mountain people salute back, Yi Tian's eyes fall on those worldly guests. Although they have considerable status in the worldly world, compared with the mountain people, they are too fragile in the face of absolute force. It's like the first family in Jiangnan, the Qin family, too, could not escape the fate of the jungle. Back to Haojiang, Hehaoren, Jiamo and Ningshui of Nanhai Ningshi Pharmaceutical Company, Limited offer twice as many gifts and give all the donors the right of eternal protection.
Anyone who dares to do harm to them is the enemy of the temple.
If they have faults, they can only be punished by the temple. The rest of the people have no right to interfere, otherwise, there will be no amnesty for killing them. Looking at the worldly guests, Yi Tian looks at the people of Sanzongmen. He looks at them and speaks with an invisible chill. His words are full of undisguised warnings.
Or it can be said that this is a provocation to Chiguoguo of Sanzongmen.
If no one in Sanzongmen today challenges the authority of the Miluo Palace, then today the Miluo Palace has established its prestige even on the first day of its opening. Even after the event, the people of Sanzongmen set their hands on those who offered sacrifices to the temple of Miluo, which cannot make up for today's weakness. Yi Tian's eyes slowly swept over the mountain people of each sect, with a suffocating sense of oppression. Everywhere his eyes went, those people's faces were very ugly. At this time, many of the worshippers, led by Shui Yuzong, began to thank Yi Tian with great cooperation.
Thank you for your return.
In the future, Shui Yuzong and Miluo Palace will advance and retreat together. Only Yi is the leader of the temple. Xu Xinyun was the first to speak.
Thank you for your generous gift.
The Haojiang family is willing to do their best to contribute to the Miluo Palace.
Thank you for the protection of Lord Yi.
The Mahists on Hong Kong Island are willing to honor the Miluo Palace. Lord Yi is in charge. All the assets of Ning's pharmaceutical industry are subject to the call of Miluo Palace at any time. The rest of the world also expressed their gratitude. After that, Shi Yun and more than 30 scattered practitioners began to express their thanks to Yi Tian. This scene, let those 3-5-door mountain face gradually can't hang, but let them now provocation Yi Tian, they really dare not.
Everyone knows that Yi Tian killed Taiyiman and King Ningzong.
Even Lu Bufan, who is known as the first man in the world, has escaped.
These people are far worse than Lu Bufan. How can they be stronger?
Gong Yang, the grandson of Wahuman, congratulates the opening of Miluo Palace and presents a half-step spirit weapon. Just after the monks had given thanks, in a short space of time, an old man in his 50s came out from the crowd, holding a sword in both hands. He didn't even have a gift list or contact with Feng Zhong, so he began to sing the ritual himself.
Why is Gongsun Yang so shameless?
Have you sent out all your weapons?
It's really shameless. Seeing the rich return gifts from the Miluo Palace, are you taking advantage of it now?
Do you want Miluo Palace to protect them as well? What a shame on us mountain people.
All around, there was a lot of discussion.
Without exception, Sun Yang, the leader of the Five Tigers sect, heard it.
His face turned brown and red. He bowed his head and laughed a few times. Wahuman is a small sect. There are only a few dozen disciples.
Originally, they wanted to come to see the excitement. But it seems that they think there is something cheap to choose from, so they really don't want that old face.
Feng Zhong looks back at Yi Tian and sees that Yi Tian nods slightly. Feng Zhong takes Gongsun Yang's half-step spirit soldier. Gongsun Yang was very happy. He looked up at Yi Tian on the platform and waited for his thanks.
He thought that he would send a half-step spirit soldier and return at least 2 gifts.
He might even get a real spirit soldier.
After all, his gift seems to be much more valuable than Mo Dongchen's Jasper Lion.
Yi Tian Gang is also looking at Gongsun's sheep. When they touch their eyes in the air, Yi Tian shows an intriguing smile. What enemy does Gongsun sect leader have? No.
Gongsun Yang is just the highest cultivation of the prefecture level. He is usually cautious. Although he has had a grudge with others, how dare he say it easily here? He simply shakes his head and says. Yi Tian said with a smile, it seems that Gongsun sect leader has always been kind to others, and there is no enemy, so there is no need to protect him.
What is it? Gongsun Yang can't help regretting Yi Tian's words.
He looks back at the onlookers and says, in fact, he has provoked an enemy, but the 5 tigers are weak and dare not say it.
Don't say it.
If you don't even have the courage to identify your enemies, the temple of Miluo naturally disdains to make friends with them.
Yi Tian waved his hand and motioned Gongsun Sheep to go down. Lord Yi, now I dare say that Wu Human has been oppressed by Duanquan for many years. Duanquan is regarded as the enemy of Wu Human. Gongsun Yang was forced by Yi Tianyan's words.
Seeing that the gift had been washed away, he didn't get any promise, so he simply let it go and identified his enemy.
Oh, yes. Yi Tian nodded and said, I'll give you a big gift. I hope you can take it.
Sure, sure.
Gongsun Yang was very happy. He said that he was right. Even Yi Tian said that it was a great gift. It must be a very precious thing.
The second item of the opening ceremony of the Miluo Palace is to offer sacrifices to heaven. Give the first sort of offering sacrifices to heaven to Gongsun sect leader.
Yi Tian took a look at Gongsun Sheep and then said in an indifferent voice, bring it up.
As for who to bring up, he has already told Shou Changchun. With his voice, from the simple shed behind, a disciple of the Miluo Palace came out. He was the original Tian gang disciple who followed Shou Changchun to the door of the Miluo Palace. The man was carrying an old man with a withered breath and blood-stained body.
Ah!
Master Mu, seeing the old man's appearance, someone in the crowd exclaimed, and then a dozen disciples of Duanquan sect rushed out of the crowd and ran towards Mun. Meng Fong, Wen Chang, Lu Ben and Lin Wuwei were in front of them. They burst into a powerful heaven-level momentum. It seemed that they were ready to attack at any time. In Duanquan sect, a middle-aged man reached out to stop his disciples and looked at Yi Tian with an ugly face. Lord Yi, what's the meaning of Miluo Palace? Yi Tian said with no expression. Mun, the Duanquan sect, started against the Qin family who was sheltered by the Miluo Palace.
He has been abandoned by the Miluo Palace for cultivation.
Today, he is sacrificing his head to heaven.
Do you understand? Gongsun Yang, are you satisfied with this great gift?
Lord Yi. Gongsun Yang called Yi Tian, but he didn't know how to solve the problem.
He didn't dare to offend either of them. Now he regretted that he didn't take advantage of it. He lost his half-step spirit soldier and made a fuss.
I won't take revenge on that. Face a burst of cloudy and sunny changes, Gongsun Yang toward Yi Tian a hand, flurried out of the platform, hiding in the crowd.
Yi Tian took the half-step spirit sword from Gongsun Yang in Fong Zhong's hand.
The edge of the sword was on Muan's neck, and he said coldly, if you attack the people I protect, you will die.
However, today I will give you a chance.
The men of broken boxing can fight together. If they can win the sword in my hand, they can take away the living Mun.
With that, Yi Tianchao and Meng Fong beckoned to let them come back to him.
The Tian-level strong man of Duanquan Gate looks at Yi Tian, and he is engaged in a fierce ideological struggle in his heart.
If he fights with Yi Tian, he will surely die. The cultivation realm of Mun has been abandoned, and he is no match.
If Mun was killed in front of their eyes, and as the disciples of Duanquan, they did not have any resistance and struggle, then Duanquan is actually dead.
Yi Tian is vicious.
He not only crushes the broken boxing gate in strength, but also collapses the broken boxing gate in spirit.
Yi Tian, you have to die.
At this time, Mun raised his head difficultly and cursed weakly.
It's a pity that you can't see your death, but your disciples can see it, okay? Sad, right?
Nua big break boxing door, even a dare to rescue you. Yi Tian smiles coldly, wipes his sword lightly, and then spatters blood. Muan's head falls on the high platform. There was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. The middle-aged man of Duanquan sect, who was a master of heaven-level cultivation, had his eyes splitting, his fists clenched and his body trembling slightly.
But Yi Tian didn't pay any attention to it. He drank without any emotion. Bring it up.
With his cheers, the people of Miluo Palace escorted nearly 100 prisoners of Duanquan Gate to the platform slowly. These people are all here to deal with the Qin family's Duanquan disciples.
They have the same crime as Muan.
They are all beheaded and sacrificed to heaven.
Yi Tian's eyes are cold.
In a word, he sentenced these people to death. Immediately, the disciples of Miluo Palace knelt down on the ground according to the Broken Fist sect disciples who had abandoned their accomplishments, chopped them down with one sword, and their heads fell off their necks. Splashing blood fell on the red carpet. The scene was very shocking. The middle-aged man of the heaven-level broken fist sect seemed to have bleeding in his eyes. Finally, he knelt down in front of Moon with a plop, and his eyes showed a venomous expression.
The rest of the disciples knelt down.
After nearly 100 Duanshuan disciples finished their execution, Yi Tian's face didn't show any waves. He went to more than a dozen Duanshuan disciples kneeling on the ground and said in a cold voice, "It seems that you don't have any regrets.
Come on, give you the last chance to fight. Someday, I will avenge today."
The middle-aged man stood up slowly, staring at Yi Tian and gritting his teeth.
"Ha ha ha, you are so naive. Just say this to you. Do you think I will keep you?"
Yi Tian laughed a few times and waved a huge clear wind blade.
He waved it and cut it across in a moment.
More than a dozen disciples of Duanshuan sect hardly had time to make any response, so they were cut into two sections by the terrible wind blade. With awe-inspiring color on his face, Yi Tian yelled again, "Take people." Soon, the remaining evils of King Mingzong and Taemin, as well as the leader of Tiangang sect, Yu Qianfan, and his disciples, were escorted to the stage one after another. There were more than 20 Tiangang disciples there, but under such circumstances, they didn't stand up rashly.
Tiangang Gate and Duanshuan Gate are removed from the world today. These people also attack the Qin family and are also executed. Sacrifice your head to heaven this time, Yi Tian didn't say anymore.
After he announced the execution, he stood aside. There were more than 100 headless corpses on the stage with sword light waving and blood splashing. All around the platform, there was a scene of killing.
Everyone was watching the scene quietly, breathing.
Everyone's heart was full of ups and downs, but they kept silent.
The Tiangang sect and the Duanshuan sect will be dissolved after today.
Anyone who dares to retaliate against the innocent people will be punished.
Yi Tian's eyes swept the crowd again, and then he drank, unveiling.
With a gesture, Yi Tian grabbed the red silk wrapped around the plaque in the direction of the mountain gate, revealing the plaque with 3 big characters of Miluo Palace. Yi Tian glanced over the plaque, nodded with satisfaction, turned back, and burst out a force of awe. The third item of the opening ceremony is to recruit disciples.
All of you here today have only one chance. Those who are willing to join the temple are welcomed by Yi. Those who are not willing to join will not be forced to do so. Mo Dongchen is willing to join the Miluo Palace.
As soon as Yi Tian's voice fell, Mo Dongchen, a monk, first stepped out of the line and bowed to Yi Tian on the stage. Shi Yun of Baihua Valley, lead Qi family practitioners to join the Miluo Palace. Without any hesitation, Shi Yun stepped out. Then, more than 30 Sanshou who had received Yi Tian's salute came out one after another and asked to join the Miluo Palace.
Sure. 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 Yi Tian once waved permission to let them stand on both sides of the platform.
In a moment, the number of disciples in the temple of Miluo soared. Yi Tian is strong, and so is the temple of Miluo.
This is undoubtedly the best choice for those individual practitioners.
When these people left the crowd immediately became thin.
Xiao Changchun looked at the crowd once, and suddenly said, "Guo Xian, Du Fei Tian, Meng Suanhai, Lu Ziyuan, when are you going to stay in the temple?"
He called out the names of 8 people, all of whom were disciples of Tiangang sect. Xiao Changchun had a good feeling about them, so he gave them a chance. Those who were named, hesitating a little, went out and asked to join the temple. Looking at the people present, no one came forward, and Yi Tian said again, "Fourth, announce the governance mechanism of the Miluo Palace. There are 6 halls and 12 halls in Miluo Palace, which are Xing Hall, Wu Hall, Yao Hall, Shi Hall, Dan Hall, and Songjing Pavilion. The main hall of punishment is Meng Fong, the main hall of utensils is Qiu Changchun, the main hall of Wu is Lu Ben, the main hall of medicine is Wen Chang, the main hall of scriptures is Lin Wuwei, and the main hall of Dan is Dai Yu. Among the 12 halls, Shi Yun's Foreign Affairs Hall, Fang Zhong's Internal Affairs Hall, Li Dazhuang's Palace Library, Mo Dongchen's Information Hall, Niafu's Xuanfeng Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, Council Hall, Guard Hall, Auditorium, Supervision Hall, Zhou Hall, and Medical Hall are temporarily vacant. The master of each hall is not a lifelong system. The master of this palace has full power to assess. Taking loyalty, virtue and courage as the evaluation standard, loyalty and virtue are the most important.
I hope you will live up to Ye's expectations. Yes, we will live up to our mission. All of you who were appointed as the Hall Master and the Hall Master could not help but feel awe in your heart and bowed in unison. Yi Tian continued, the fifth, the Lord of the Punishment Hall Meng Fong read out the 72 laws of the Miluo Palace. Meng Fong answered, stepped out of the line, and said in a high voice, first law, all disciples of the Miluo Palace must be loyal to the palace. They will not have two hearts, will not know foreign enemies, and will not divulge the secrets of the palace. Those who violate the law will be killed. In the second law, all disciples of the Miluo Palace must put morality first, and do not kill innocent people indiscriminately, bully others by force, or hide evil thoughts in their heart. Those who violate the law will be killed. In the third law, all the disciples of the Miluo Palace must live in harmony. They should not engage in intrigue, envy the virtuous and the capable, or be cruel to each other. Those who violate the law should be killed. Meng Fong is familiar with all the 72 laws drawn up by Yi Tian. He reads them one by one, and every one of them has a chop. Let those who have just joined the temple feel awe-inspiring and alert. After all, you can see Yi Tian's ruthlessness. More than 200 heads are still on the stage. Yi Tian completely imitates the setting of Qingming Blessed Land, but he is short of manpower, so he can only be appointed to this level. After Meng Fong announced the 72 laws, Yi Tian continued, sixth, announce the welfare of the palace. If you reach the top of yellow level, you will be sure to enter the Shen level. If you reach the top of Shen level, you will be sure to enter the prefecture level. If you reach the top of prefecture level, you will be sure to enter the heaven level. If you reach the top of heaven level, you will be sure to enter the congenital level. If you reach the congenital level, you will be sure to enter the Kaiguan level. If you reach the Kaiguan level, you will be sure to enter the Hunyuan level. I won't say much about it later. You are too far away from the realm behind. But I can make sure that once you get to the top of the top, you get to the next. So your goal is to reach the top, one peak after another. In addition to the monthly salary, the required resources need to be exchanged with the contribution value of the clan. The specific exchange method will be announced later in the palace. I won't go into details here. Bullshit. Yi Tian's voice has just fallen, and Mo Dongchen, who has just joined the Miluo Palace and won the position of leader of the information hall, can't help blurting out these two words. The rest of the disciples were also excited. It's the first time they've heard about Kaiguan realm and Hunyuan realm. The highest cultivation realm they've ever come into contact with is just an 8. That's the realm that Lu Bufan, the leader of Qingming sect, reached by himself. For these people, it's impossible. There are some people who are familiar with Lu Ben, Lin Wuwei, Dai Yu, and Wen Chang. They know that their original realm is the peak of the prefecture level, and they have successfully entered the heaven level just after they joined the Miluo Palace. This is a living example. The infinite possibility of the future is in front of them. How can they not be excited? Compared with the 72 chop of the 72 law, they only need to keep their heart, and the law does not punish the innocent. If we don't commit a crime, isn't that thing in vain? Outside the stage, many mountain people watching the ceremony heard the last item of welfare, and their eyes couldn't help glowing with longing. Zhu Shangyun stood in front of many disciples, looking at the sky with her eyes, and her heart was full of ups and downs. A moment later, she made the most important and correct decision in her life. She looked around at many of the disciples, resolutely stepped onto the platform, arched her hands and said, Senior Yi, Zhu Shangyun leads 763 disciples of Shueiyue clan. Please join the Miluo Palace. Zhu Shangyun, the leader of Shueiyue sect, had just finished his sentence. It was like a sudden shock. Many people were stunned for a moment. Their brain could not react to it. They almost thought they had hallucination and heard it wrong. Even Yi Tian did not expect that Zhu Shangyun made this shocking decision. You know, the most important thing of a clan is inheritance. The most important thing is inheritance. The life and death of a disciple, or even the life and death of the patriarch, is not important. Inheritance is the root, the cornerstone, the hope, the ideal, and the inexhaustible motive force for the struggle of the patriarchs and the successive patriarchs. There may be only a dozen or several people in a declining clan, and the worst one is only one. But as long as there is still one person, the inheritance of this sect will not be broken, the root of this sect will not die, and there is still hope for the inheritance, and it will be bright again. After countless years of inheritance, the ancestors of Shueiyue sect have left their hometown, riding in the sky, still with the hope of returning to Shueiyue cave. Although Shuiyuzong ranked at the bottom of the previous 3 sects and 6 sects, this is the ranking of the 9 sects, and there are still many small sects that are not in the class, which are still continuing and inheriting. However, it was such a sect that Chu Shangyun led the whole clan to join the Miluo Palace, which just officially opened today. It's hard to understand. It's quiet. There's silence in the field. More than 200 heads, more than 200 bodies, the scene was bright red. In this dazzling color, no one spoke. All eyes were focused on Chu Shangyun and Ingyan's female disciples. Everyone's thoughts are different, but they are the same. They are extremely shocked. Even the female disciples were stunned. But soon, this strange silence was broken. Those female disciples burst out a burst of cheers. They responded to Chu Shangyun's decision with heartfelt cheers. Knowing what inheritance is all about, Yi Tianquan is moved. He walks up to Chu Shangyun. After seeing Chu Shangyun for more than 10 seconds, he solemnly asks, "Have you decided? If you join the Miluo Palace, Shuiyuzong will no longer exist, and the inheritance will be cut off." Chu Shangyun nodded without hesitation. "I have decided that I will join the Miluo Palace with the inheritance of Shuiyuzong. Shuiyuzong no longer exists alone, but is a part of the Miluo Palace." Although she made this decision in such a short moment, she had been thinking about the fate of Shuiyuzong in the future for 5 days. After Yi Tian told her about the dark comber in the square-inch spiritual realm, she began to consider the fate of Shuiyuzong. She believes that Yi Tian is absolutely not alarmist, and even guesses that Yi Tian has not fully explained the seriousness of the future crisis. With Yi Tian's current cultivation state and strength, we can imagine the strength of each other if we treat the dark monk in the square-inch spiritual realm with such caution. With the power of Shuiyuzong, there is no way to fight against it, and the result is doomed. Even if it is allied with the Miluo Palace, it is only an alliance after all. When it comes to the critical moment of life and death, the leader of any sect can only consider his own disciples first, even if he is Yi Tian, even if Yi Tian has released a lot of goodwill to Shueiyue's sect. This is an unchangeable fact. If you want to survive in the catastrophe, you have to improve the strength of the sect's disciples. To improve the strength, you have to join the Miluo Palace. Instead of being destroyed in the catastrophe, it is better to join the Miluo Palace and keep the spark of the lower moon sect, so that the inheritance can exist in another form. Now that we have decided, we will not turn back. Hearing Chu Shangyun's reply, Yi Tian looks up at the sky. He has guessed Chu Shangyun's idea. He has to say that this is a woman with great courage. It's what Yi Tian can't wait for to make the temple grow in an instant. A moment later, he took back his eyes and nodded to Chu Shangyun. "I lead all the disciples of the Miluo Palace to welcome you to join us. We will abide by the 72 laws of this palace, and we will not disgrace the prestige of the Miluo Palace." With that, Chu Shangyun waved and led more than 100 disciples behind him to the platform. Together with Zhou Changchun and others, he stood on one side. Yi Tian returned to the stage, looked around and said in a high voice, "Appoint Chu Shangyun, a disciple of the Miluo Palace, as the elder of the palace, to take charge of the affairs of the 6 halls and 12 halls. See elder. See elder." Zhou Changchun and others, as well as all the disciples of Shueiyuan Yuezong, changed their language and gave gifts together. Every elder of our palace is given a Shumi ring. At the end of the ceremony, Yi Tian breaks out a surprising news. With that, he gives Chu Shangyun a Shumi caution. This is the one he got at the beginning. Although the space is not very big, it is not safe enough for the dark friars who come from the square-inch spiritual realm to trace. Lord Xie. Chu Shangyun excitedly took over Su Mijie, his cheeks flushed. Fei Jian and Zumaji are her dream things. Now when she comes to Filafing, she gets them all. As far as Chu Shangyun knows, in addition to Yi Tian, Lu Bufan is the only one who has Shumi commandment in this world. Yi Tian's hands, she does not know how many, at least in the Yi family man or outside a war, Yi Tian captured 3. Looking at the Sumi Jia Chu Shangyun wears in his hand,
Qiu Changchun, Meng Fong and others show envy. Yi Tian didn't know what they were thinking, so he said with a smile, "Work hard, you are in the nature, and I will give you Shumi commandment. Otherwise, even if it's on your hand, it won't hold. Elder, after the ceremony, you will take the female disciples of Shueiyuan Yuezong back to Shueiyue Cave. From now on, it will be the Shueiyue branch of the Miluo Palace. You can count the number of disciples who need to be promoted and get resources from the palace." Later, Yi Tian told Chu Shangyun. Chu Shangyun naturally has no objection. Yi Tian contacts Qin Luoshan and sends 3 buses to take Chu Shangyun and others to the high-speed railway station. In the crowd, many female disciples reluctantly look back at Yi Tian, quite unwilling to leave. Among them, the eyes of Yunfei and Mo Qingqing are the most obvious. Su Qing's eyes are more complex, with loss, joy and attachment. Yi Tian all see in the eye, but pretend not to see the general, wave to let everyone leave. At the end of the opening ceremony of the Miluo Palace, the rest of the audience left with all kinds of complicated feelings. From this day on, everyone knows that the pattern of the people's sect on the mountain has changed. Miluo Palace, a rising star, has become the first sect in the world. The affairs of the clan have been arranged in general. Although there are not enough persons in charge of the 12 halls, there are 6 hallmasters who arrange all kinds of affairs, but Yi Tian has less trouble. The Miluo Palace is still under construction. It is impossible to put it into use now. Yi Tian arranged his disciples in the Qin manner to facilitate the construction of the Miluo Palace. The next day after the ceremony, Yi Tian went to Qingmingzong of Tianzhu Mountain for a visit and killed 3 Duanquanmen mountain people stationed there. These 3 people have not yet got the news of killing the door, they are still here, waiting for someone to receive. Later, Yi Tian planted a powerful field array here to protect the whole Qingming sect, and then returned to the Qin manor. There are many things that need to be done before the opening of the Miluo Palace. In the Qin manor, it took Yi Tian more than 10 days to deal with them. In view of the situation of the disciples who joined the sect, he helped many disciples to choose the skills again, especially gave special instructions to the principals of the 6 halls and 12 halls, such as Qiu Changchun and Meng Fong. In Shumi commandment, some of the resources needed by the clan but not available for the time being are stored in the treasury. This is the scope of the palace treasury, and all of them are handed over to Li Dezhuang. This man is honest, excellent moral character. Yi Tian is very relieved that he does this job. In addition, Yi Tian also used a lot of time to write hundreds of gongfa and shufa, which were collected in the Sutra Pavilion for his disciples to practice. After that, Yi Tian arranged a large spirit-gathering array in the Qin manor to increase the concentration of aura and create a better cultivation environment for the disciples of the Miluo Palace. In the rush, the spring festival is coming quietly. On the 2nd day of the New Year's Eve, that is, the morning of the 1st day of the Lunar New Year, Yi Tian called Qiu Changchun, Meng Fong and others, told them about some palace affairs, and then announced the closure. He told everyone that no one was allowed to disturb him during the period of closure. If there was something to call him, then under everyone's eyes, Yi Tian entered the basement. That night, when the moon was dark and the wind was high, he quietly left the Qin manor. The crisis is approaching step by step, and it is impossible to resist the coming of a large number of black friars by step. He must go out to seek more opportunities and make final preparations for the future life and death war. Ningxi, not far from Joshi Primeval Forest in a small county, a relatively clean hotel. Yi Tianla ordered 4 dishes, poured and drank the monkey wine given to him by Monkey Mountain god of Kunlun Mountain, enjoying his rare leisure time. After flying here from the royal sword of Qinjia Villa, Yi Tian prepares to have a good meal. After buying some food, he goes to Joshi Primeval Forest Death Valley to have a look. If possible, enter the Life and Death Rhyme Taoist Center to see what secrets are hidden in the immortal meteorite field. Nowadays, people's life is improving year by year. During the new year, many people eat outside. Especially in recent years, tourism is popular. Joshi Mountain Virgin Forest has been developed as a part of a famous tourist attraction. Tourists from all directions finally gather in this county. Eating rice, tasting wine, listening to the full house of diners keep talking, Yi Tian sighed to the lips to send a glass, while holding back the smile in the heart. This is often the case. Once a topic becomes fashionable, you can hear it everywhere. Now the most popular topic in the whole country is the recovery of aura and the awakening of heaven in man. The land of China has now experienced 2 rounds of aura explosion. One is after Yi Tian entered Kunlun Guishu, the other is after he entered Tianqi of Changbai Mountain. Moreover, after the second explosion, the Reiki concentration is still rising steadily. Up to now, according to Yi Tian's observation, the Reiki concentration of the earth has reached 50% of the square-inch Reiki. It seems that this data is not as good as that of inch spirit domain, but before the outbreak of aura, the concentration of Earth's aura was only 1/10,000th of that of square-inch spirit domain, which is very rare. By comparing the two, we can see how much Reiki has recovered. Moreover, Yi Tian believes that if Reiki continues to grow at this rate, it will be able to catch up with or even exceed the Reiki concentration of the square-inch Reiki domain within 10 years. The recovery of Reiki benefits not only the awakened heaven and man, but also the common people. Those diners are delivering news from various channels at the dinner table. They generally feel that their strength has increased, some of their old problems have disappeared for no reason, and some old men are bragging that they have become tough men. Then there is the one who wakes up Ling Zhen, the one who doesn't wake up when the first wave of aura recovers, and his girlfriend runs away with others. Who knows that the second round of aura erupts, and he wakes up Schwanglingen. Then many girls pursue it, and their original girlfriend regrets it. When she comes back to find someone's home, she is humiliated and kicked by Haoxing. What's more, which awakened heaven and man was favored by which sect, and then ascended to heaven step by step. The child of which family received the notice from the school and was admitted to Guwu College. Yi Tian was a little surprised when he heard that these people had names and surnames, which meant that they were familiar with or knew each other. How big is a small county, even if there are 30 to 50 spiritual awakening people in each county, and there are more than 2,000 cities in China, how huge the figure is. What's more, I'm afraid that there should be more people awakening than that. Yi Tian's thinking is based on the fact that 70% of the total number of people with spiritual roots can practice in the square-inch spiritual realm. This figure is extremely terrifying, and the people in the square-inch spiritual realm do not seem to be different from the people on Earth. If the Earth experiences another round of aura explosion, the number of awakened people will increase dramatically. Yi Tianjing silently thought, in this case, as the lord of the Miluo Palace, as the reborn great monk of Yupujing, when he should do something, the door of the small hotel was pushed open again. The iron mouth is cut off. It can cut off yin and yang, life and death, fortune and peach blossom. Who needs to calculate a hexagram? No money. Hearing this voice, Yi Tian looked up at him at random, and then his eyes flashed. He looked at the blind old man coming in with a playful smile. The old man was wearing a sloppy old Taoist robe and a pair of worn-out sunglasses. He was holding the divination banner in one hand and a green bamboo stick in the other hand. He was on the ground and went to the restaurant. It's interesting to see this old man here again. Is it a coincidence? Yi Tian ignores him and wants to see what tricks he is playing. Unexpectedly, he meets in various ways one after another. Little brother, you have committed a crime against Peach Blossom. The old man was wearing sunglasses. He looked like a blind man, but he came to Yi Tian and sat across the table. Yi Tian straightens up and doesn't speak. He looks at the blind old man with great interest, but he is slightly shocked. At this time, he doesn't appear as Yi Tian is. In order to play a deterrent role, he declared that he was closed in the Qin family manner, and walking outside naturally could not expose this incident. Did he recognize himself when he changed his appearance, or was it a coincidence? Yi Tian is not sure, can only wait for the following, hope to see some clues from some clues. But there is one thing, he is sure, this blind old man is not an ordinary person. The blind old man looked familiar. Everything seemed to be set. He sat down, took Yi Tian's wine cup, and poured half a cup of wine into his stomach with a gudong. Ah, you don't take yourself as an outsider? Yi Tian Gang is about to reach out to stop him. The old man has put the empty cup back on the table. He closed his eyes, smacked his mouth and looked intoxicated. It's really good wine. I haven't drunk such wine for many years. This wine is definitely not made by human beings. Don't look at me like that, little brother. I'm sure you've committed suicide.
This cup of wine will be divination money.
The blind old man had a loud voice, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. All the diners came to see him.
Any more? If you have one, I'll give you another hexagram.
The blind old man smacked a few times the empty cup on the table, said with a smile.
Wait.
Tian picks up the wine cup and turns to the bathroom.
The gourd that holds the wine is in Zumaji. With so many eyes watching, he doesn't want to turn into a wine gourd out of thin air.
See Tian go to the bathroom. All the diners have misunderstood Tian, this time even don't eat, all turn to see the lively. Soon, Tian came out of the bathroom with a wine cup and put it in front of the old man. Drink it.
Well, good wine, good wine.
The blind old man bowed his head to smell it, and his expression was even more intoxicated. Then, regardless of the strange eyes of the guests, he took up his glass and drank it.
Drink the wine and take the money. What about your hexagram?
Turning his eyes, Tian looks at the blind old man. The blind old man picked up a pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised beef, ate it slowly, and resumed his smiling appearance. It depends on whether you ask about the last life or this life.
What do you say?
Tian was shocked in his heart and asked, this old godstick is really something. The last time he said he was a man of 2 generations, this time it's basically the same.
Does he really see anything?
Ha ha ha, in the last life, you know that in this life, the secret can't be revealed. Then the blind old man opened his cheek and began to eat. The guests in the hotel laughed for a while, and they no longer pay attention to this side. Now there are many god sticks in the street, they are all like God talking, just fooling some wine money.
Boss, pay the bill. Tian ignored the old man and called back.
Forget it, I'll treat you. The blind old man wiped his mouth with his dirty sleeve and patted it on the table. Suddenly, there were 2 more red bills on the empty table. Just then, the landlady in her 40s came over, picked up the bill suspiciously, looked at it in the air for a long time, and then went to the cash detector to check it several times. After confirming that it was not fake, she accepted the change. The change was put on the table, and the blind old man pressed it on. When he took it back, the money on the table disappeared. What a god master, teach me this skill. Many people saw this scene and gathered around one after another.
Go and cool off. You didn't give me money for divination.
The blind old man turned his mouth and waved like a fly.
Here comes the divination money.
A young man came out of the bathroom with a glass in his hand.
Ha 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 ha. Smelling the pungent smell in the wine cup, Tian couldn't help laughing. Is this wine?
The old man covered his nose in disgust.
Yes, that's what he gave you just now.
The young man pointed to Tian and put the wine cup on the table with a confused look on his face.
Well, since it's wine, I'll give you a drink.
As soon as the blind old man swung his sleeve, the young man found that he couldn't move, so he stood there with his mouth open like a piece of wood. The blind old man pointed to the glass, and a water line flew out of the glass to the young man's open mouth.
Forget it, little boy, don't be wise.
Tian fingers toward his empty cup a shot, the cup flew to the young man in front of the water line all closed up, and then a wave of hands, the young man returned to freedom.
I don't like grass.
At this time, these diners can't see that Tian and the blind old man are not ordinary people. With a cry, these people scattered to one side. The young man, red-faced, bowed to the blind old man, then said thanks to Tian and ran out of the hotel. The blind old man sighed and shook his head, looking at Tian, you are cruel and kind enough.
There's someone over there.
How do you solve it? Tian stares at the blind old man, and the blind old man stares at Tian, too.
After more than 10 seconds of confrontation, the blind old man laughs. What about the people in your hometown?
The soldiers come to block it, the water comes and the earth submerges.
Tian said faintly.
Up to now, Tian finally confirmed that the blind old man not only knew about Fengsuan Lingyu, but also knew something about himself.
At least he knew that he was reborn from Fengsuan Lingyu. It's not easy.
I deduced 36,000 times, and finally found that there was no solution. The blind old man changed the funny appearance of the game dust before and became serious.
Not necessarily. Yi Tian stretched out his hand to the bar and recruited 2 wine cups again. He took out the wine gourd and filled it with wine. Picked up one of the cups, Yi Tian sipped and asked, "Are you here or there? With your eyes, you should know I'm here." The blind old man picked up his glass and drank it down. "That's why I feel worried." "How do you know if you don't try?" Yi Tian smiles. He knows that what the blind old man said may be the truth, but he doesn't admit defeat in his heart. He has 1% hope and will try his best. Good, enough persistence. The blind old man stood up, picked up the hexagram flag and green bamboo pole again, and took a deep look at Yi Tian. "In recent years, although the hexagram is still unsolved, it shows a little variable, but I don't know where the variable appears. Who should it be? May I tell you who you are?" Yi Tian stood up to see him off. 8 old ruins. As the old man walked out of the hotel, there was a hoarse voice in his ear. "The iron mouth is cut off. It can cut off yin and yang, life and death, fortune and peach blossom. Who needs to calculate a hexagram? No money." Outside the hotel, the sound is fading away. 8 old ruins? Yi Tian frowned lightly and walked out of the hotel slowly. Looking around, he could not see the blind old man. The next moment, he released his mind, covering the surrounding area of 3000 to 4000 zhang, but still nothing. However, when he saw a scene, he walked along the street with a whisper. Not far out, turn the corner, is a small square. At this time, the square is surrounded by a circle of people, bustling, quite lively. In the circle, there was a table, behind which sat 2 young people about 30 years old. On the table stood a sign with the words "Registration Office for Disciples of the Miluo Palace." At the table, a young woman was talking to the 2 men. Yi Tian is no stranger to this girl. She once met him and made 7 lances for her at Mo's home in Qiyun Mountain. At that time, the girl told her name, Ani. Yi Tian glanced at the 2 young people behind the table. They were totally unfamiliar faces. They had never seen each other before. This must be something illegal under the banner of the Miluo Palace. Yi Tian will never allow such a thing to exist. If he destroys the reputation of the temple, he will punish it. But Ani is talking to each other. Yi Tian is not in a hurry to start, but stops outside the crowd to listen. At this time, Ani said, "But how can I hear that there is no need to charge a service charge for the enrollment of disciples in the Miluo Palace?" "Are you really from the temple of Miluo?" Behind the table, a young man with an impatient look on his face. "Who can fake the temple of Miluo? There's no handling charge for recruiting disciples, but if you send them to Filafing, you can drive all the way, eat and drink." "What's free? Are you going to sign up or not? If you sign up, you'll pay. If you don't sign up, you'll get out of the way. Can you afford to delay the recruitment of our disciples?" Yi didn't show any weakness. She stared at the 2 young people and took out the phone. "I know Lord Yi of the Miluo Palace. If you are real, you will be safe. It's a lot of trouble for me. If you are fake, you can't get away with it." The Kunta youth sneered, "It's really able to load forks. Can you know Master Yi? Don't make trouble here, or I'll be rude. Do you feel guilty? You are here to ruin the reputation of the Miluo Palace. Dear friends, don't listen to their bewitching. Each person charges a registration fee of 20,000 yuan, which is fake. Now I'll call Master Yi Zongju and expose their scam." Ani said, "Open the phone book, find Yi Tian's number. If you dial any number, is it the Master Yi's? It seems that you are here to smash Lord Yi." The young man said, regardless of the public, rose up a punch, with the whir of the wind hit Ani chest. "Dirty. Ani Pu, pull out a lancet from the waist, straight to the other party's fist. That person's realm is at the peak of Xian level, which is equivalent to an E." Seeing an E's sword, he immediately withdraws his fist and kicks an E's crotch. Ani, pretty face with frost, body shaped suddenly retreat, can avoid this foot. The people in the temple of Miluo are so mean. With a girl like that? The crowd around them made a lot of complaints. At this time, another person saw Kunta youth twice 2 moves, did not achieve results, also got up to attack Ani. The crowd quickly spread around, afraid to hurt themselves, leaving a lot of space. Tian stepped forward 2 steps, led an E, and kicked the 2 young men on the elixir field one after another, which wasted their cultivation. Who asked you to impersonate the Temple of Miluo? Tian stepped on Kunta Youth's head and asked. We are the disciples of the Miluo Palace. If you want to abolish my elixir field, just wait for the thunder of Lord Yi. Kunta Youth's face is twisted and roars ferociously under Tian's feet. Tianling snorted, I am a disciple of the Miluo Palace. If you don't tell me, I will search for my soul. Are you from the Temple of Miluo? Why don't I know you? You've made a big mistake today, and the Temple of Miluo will destroy you? Kunta Youth is still roaring. Tian pulls up the Kunta Youth, and the palm of his hand is on his head. A moment later, Tian let go and threw the Kunta Youth on the ground. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The hanging door has done such a dirty thing. Do you think it's a long life? Listen to Tian say suspended door 3 words. Kunta Youth body can't help shaking, immediately cried, we are from the Temple of Miluo, not the suspended door. You dare to fight against the Temple of Miluo, see how Lord Yi deal with you. Come on, find someone. I'll wait for you here. Tian sits on the chair and looks at the young man with a sarcastic face. Well, you wait. The Kunta Youth, struggling with the pain of his lower abdomen, took out the phone, dialed a series of numbers and connected the phone. Master, we have been bullied. The cultivation is totally useless, you come to avenge me. Tian looks on coldly and lets the other party shout. After a short time, a taxi came quickly and stopped outside the crowd. From inside, a middle-aged man with a face full of wine came quickly to the 2 young people. Did he move the hand? The middle-aged man pointed to Tian and asked. The people here, besides Ani is the peak cultivation of Xian level, only Tianzhan shows his early state of the prefecture level. Yes, I did it. What can you do with the suspended door? Tian said with disapproval. Son of a bitch, who let you report the suspended door? The middle-aged man, listening to Tian's words, glared at the young man and scolded him. Master, we didn't say that it was he who searched the soul. Kunta Youth said wrongly. In this case, we all know that these 2 people are not from the Temple of Miluo, but from some kind of hanging door. You want to die? Knowing that he was put together by Tian, the middle-aged man turned to Tian. The momentum of the prefecture-level middle term suddenly broke out, and he punched Tian fiercely. The middle-aged man's fist is very powerful, with the power of breaking stones. Tianling snorts and smashes his right fist against the man's fist. When the 2 fists meet with each other, Tian's fist is not damaged at all, but the middle-aged man's fist turns into a cloud of blood. Hiss! The middle-aged man cried out in pain, and his figure suddenly retreated. He was frightened and wanted to look at Tian. Tian's cultivation realm is displayed in the early stage of the prefecture level, while the middle-aged people's realm is solid in the middle stage of the prefecture level. They originally thought that under one blow, Tian's tendons would be broken. But the opposite is true. The middle-aged man retreated step by step, with fear in his heart, but his mouth still threatened Tian. Well, the suspended door will not give up. With these words, the middle-aged man turned out to be a flash of body shape, floating back, and wanted to leave here. Tian's feet moved, and turned into a virtual shadow to block the middle-aged man. He clapped his hand on his dantian. Those who impersonate the Temple of Miluo, today they will abolish your cultivation and set an example for you. Tian's voice said coldly and drank roll away. The middle-aged man, together with the other 2 young people who had been abandoned, supported each other and left the crowd slowly, but did not dare to say a word. Thank you for coming out for the Miluo Palace. Don't be polite, girl. Tian turns to an E, with a flick, a piece of elixir flies in the past. Ah, earth elixir. Ani took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. When he recognized the Dan, he couldn't help exclaiming. You know, although this kind of earth elixir is a common thing in Tian's hands, it is extremely rare and precious for ordinary mountain people. The value of a Delington is absolutely sky high. Thank you, big brother. An Yi carefully put away the elixir, with an excited expression of thanks, said to Yi Tian, "It's not convenient to talk here. Can this elder brother change his place? I have something to inquire about." Yi Tian nods and leaves the crowd first. Ani follows. To a remote place, An Yi quickly walk a few steps and walk with Yi Tian side by side, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Brother is really a man of the Miluo Palace?" Yi Tian looks at An Yi and smiles, "Don't I look like that?" "Yes, of course. I have the honor to meet Master Yi Tian. You see, Master Yi refined the lancet for me?" Ani, some embarrassed to smile, took out the lancet, in front of Yi Tian. Yi Tian pretended to take the lancet and nodded, "Well, it's really Master Yi's masterpiece."
In this way, Miss is not an outsider.
"What's your name and how did you come here?" Ani did not directly answer Yi Tian's words, but asked, "How is Master Yi? Is it on Mt. Failai?"
Speaking with a trace of shy, very embarrassed look. "Yes, the Lord is closed in the Miluo Palace."
"What can I do for you, miss?" Yi Tian stops and looks at An Yi with great interest. "It's just a chance meeting with this girl in the Mo family."
By chance, she made 7 lancets for her. Originally, she thought that there might not be any intersection after that. Unexpectedly, after coming back from Changbai Mountain, I turned on my cell phone that had been turned off for many days, and there was a record of this girl calling. At that time, in order to conceal his whereabouts, Yi Tian returned a phone call to Qin Luotian, and the rest of the people, including Ani, didn't reply. Think if there is an emergency, the other party will definitely call again, but today, even the spring festival has arrived. Ani didn't call himself, happened to meet here.
"No, nothing." An Yi's expression is a little tangled.
It was impulsive to call Yi Tian at the beginning. Later, she thought about it. She felt that her friendship with Yi Tian was not so deep, and she couldn't even talk about it. The only time she met, she owed someone else's favor. It's not easy to trouble others with your own affairs.
If it's nothing, goodbye. Since others don't say it, Yi Tian doesn't want to ask more, so he says hello and leaves. "Wait a minute, big brother."
An Yi watched Yi Tian walk out a few steps, bit his lip, and finally said, "Well, I'm looking for Master Yi. I have something to ask him for help, but after all, we just know each other."
"It's not good to trouble Master Yi."
"Well, Lord Yi is closing the door now. He even gives up the affairs of the sect.
I'm afraid he can't show up until the date of clearance. If you have something you can tell me, maybe it can help you, maybe it can help you?" Yi Tian stopped and said with a smile.
He didn't mean to deceive An Yi, but that his seclusion was related to the safety of the Qin family and played a deterrent role.
If you reveal that you are not in the Qin family manor, who knows if those enemies will make trouble in the Qin family manor?
Listen to what Yi Tian said. At the beginning, An Yi shows a look of disappointment, until Yi Tian's words change. Her face is slightly better. After a little hesitation, she said again, "Thank you, elder brother. It's just that my business is very troublesome. An old monster at the top of the sky wants me to be her concubine.
My master is not his opponent. In order to create an opportunity for me to escape, I was hurt by that old monster.
Brother, this matter is very dangerous. Shifu is threatened by the old monster.
If I don't show up again, I will kill Shifu.
I met my elder brother by chance, but it's not good for you to take risks."
An Yi found that Yi Tian's breath was much weaker than that old monster, but just now a blow broke the middle-aged man's fist of the suspended door, and it was very fierce.
Now she can't confirm Yi Tian's real strength, so she has to tell the other party's state and see Yi Tian's reaction to know if she can help. Oh, heaven-level old monster. Yi Tian reveals the color of meditation, and uses the soresight to observe An Yi.
An old monster at the top of the sky is definitely a big man. There is definitely some reason for this guy to find Ani.
An Yi is very beautiful, but there are many beautiful people in the world.
Why do Tianji force her so much? Soon, Yi Tian finds out the reason. Under the eye of Yuan Tian, An Yi's constitution is clearly observed by Yi Tian.
Unexpectedly, she has no time to build a cauldron.
This kind of constitution is even rarer than that of the ordinary cauldron.
After the double cultivation, Yang and Tai are connected,
which is of great benefit to the improvement of the man's cultivation realm. It's no wonder that the old geek at the top of the day is determined to win Ani. Brother, it doesn't matter. The strength of Tianji Peak is too strong. We meet for the first time. We don't need to take risks for me. If I can't, I'll go back and save my master. If I die, I'll be chased. And Yi bit her lips and looked a little gloomy. Yi Tian didn't agree immediately.
She mistakenly thought that Yi Tian was not the opponent of that day-level old monster. It's rare for you to be filial and know how to help master.
That's all for you. I'll help you. However, you have to tell me about the specific situation and make more preparations. Yi Tianyan between the words quite praise, in order to not let Ani mood ups and downs, he a promise down.
Well, thank you, elder brother.
If elder brother can really save my master, we will repay him well.
And Yi hears speech, on the face of joy, the whole person relaxed many. In order to avoid this trouble, she spent all her spring festival wandering outside, which was really a little miserable.
That man is called Master Dabii. He's a monk. He's a hermit. Ani began to tell the story.
It's the first time that Yi Tian heard the name of the great compassion master. When Ani finished speaking, he went to one side, took out the phone and called Shou Changchun, "Give me a copy of the great compassion master's information." But more than 10 minutes later, Yi Tian's mobile phone jingled and sent a message.
Yi Tian looked at it carefully and showed his hesitation.
Although the great compassion master is a hermit and seldom walks in the world, he has some background of Sanskrit sect.
Even Shou Changchun knows very little about this person, and some things are just hearsay without confirmation. He has done good things and evil things. He is self-willed, arbitrary and moody.
He is famous for his mystery and has considerable deterrent power among the people on the mountain.
Well, just leave it to me. Where's your master? Let's go now. Yi Tian put away his mobile phone and said to Ani.
Big brother, the railway station is in that direction.
Yi follows Yi Tian along the street.
When she finds that Yi Tian's road is not the direction to the railway station, she stops nervously. From the beginning to the end, Yi Tian claims to be a disciple of the Miluo Palace, but there is no evidence to prove his identity. Ani worries that Yi Tian is a bad man and makes his own decisions. She often wanders outside, but she still has some vigilance.
Do you think people who can only go out by train can beat the top geek?
Yi Tian kept on walking, and a smile appeared on his lips.
Oh, that's true. It's tall on foot. Ani mumbles and continues to keep up with Yi Tian.
She also wants to understand that if Yi Tian is a bad man, she can't escape.
It's better to follow him. It's impossible to walk, and then worry about it.
All the way worried, two people finally out of the county, came to the outskirts of a very remote place. After Yi Tian inquired about Master Ani's position, he motioned and took out a flying sword from Shumi Ring. Ani has seen Yi Tian's red flying sword, so naturally he won't take out his signature fierce flying sword. What he takes out is just an ordinary spirit flying sword captured from the hand of the Dark Comber.
Brother, can you fly with your sword?
Seeing the flying sword hovering in front of Yi Tian's body buzzing and shaking, Ani touched the body of the sword in the past with a look of worship. Yi Tian nods slightly, rises and falls on the flying sword, and looks at the first half of the flying sword.
Watch out, take off.
Yi knew that, with his toes on the ground, he put on the flying sword.
Yi Tian reminded him that the flying sword had already gone up into the air.
This is the second time that Ani saw the flying sword, but it is the first time that Ani personally stepped on the flying sword to experience the feeling of flying.
The first time, it was Yi Tian.
This time, it was a disciple of the Miluo Palace founded by Yi Tian. On the flying sword, looking at the ground farther and farther, the white clouds closer and closer, the boundless Joshi stretching in the field of vision, and the high-altitude wind blowing around her clothes, Yi had a kind of trance illusion.
As if the youth behind is Yi Tian. That direction. Calm down, Yi points to the distance, and the flying sword rises for a certain distance.
Then it is stable in the air and shoots like a meteor in the direction she points to.
It's so cold. Yi shivers.
She holds Yi Tian's skirt tightly in her small hand, for fear of falling down. Yi Tian then waved, a piece of earth armor covered in Yi's whole body, and protected her from the cold.
Elder brother, can all the disciples of Miluo Palace fly with their swords? Ani immediately felt warm, as if in the warm sun, unspeakable comfort, unspeakable stimulation.
It may not be possible now, but it will certainly be in the future. Yi Tian said, but don't go out and talk about the flying of my sword. The temple of Miluo is always low-key and doesn't want to be criticized behind its back. I know elder brother is very powerful, but the great compassion master is also very powerful. Ani nodded, otherwise, if you can't beat Master Dabii, elder brother will run with his sword and don't care about us.
Okay, I'll run if I can't fight. Yi Tian is dumbfounded, but he is kind-hearted.
He knows how to think of others. What impresses Yi Tian most about Yi is that she tells her master that people are on the mountain and heart is at the foot of the mountain. Perhaps this is a kind of compassion and salvation, and Yi Tian's idea is the same. This rebirth, Yi Tian not only to make up for the past regret, but also to change the fate of relatives and friends, to give them protection, so that regret does not happen again, so that the tragedy does not repeat. Although he is thinking of Ning Yao, remembering the blessed land of Qingming in the square-inch spiritual realm, he is also engraved with the deep hatred of being attacked. However, his heart will never be more than that. The earth is his home. Even if he can find ways to avoid the disaster of mass cultivation, he still can't let go of his compatriots born from the same root on the earth. No matter on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, the heart is always in the world. The flying sword is flying at high speed. After a lot of time, Yi in front of Yi Tian is a little tired. On the narrow flying sword, he is not stable. Yi Tian's palm naturally helped Ani when she was in danger. Every time, Ani didn't feel her body tremble. At a certain moment, Ani sniffed and suddenly covered her mouth with her hand. She remembered that Yi Tian's smell was the same, which was very similar to the big brother's. Ani's nose is very sensitive. She ignored this detail before, but now she has carefully identified it. Yes, this is the smell of Yi Tian. But why are they so different? This is what Ani can't understand. Finally, she can't help her curiosity and takes out the phone and dials Yi Tian's number. Ding-ling-ling. When Yi Tian's mobile phone rings, Yi is ecstatic, and then he presses the button to cut off the phone. I didn't think you were a little smart. How did you find out? Truthfully, recruit. Ani heart secretly happy. Yi Tian's voice rings in her ear. At this time, Yi Tian has restored the original voice, since was recognized by this girl, there is no need to hide. The flying sword is more than 1 meter long. Yi Tian and Yi are close to each other. He bends his head and talks in her ear. Yi can feel the heat in Yi Tian's mouth spouting directly at his neck. She was a little embarrassed and shy, but she didn't know how to be brave. She turned around carefully on the flying sword, hugged Yi Tian and sniffed at his chest. I just smell your smell. You've changed your appearance, but the smell doesn't change. By the way, brother Yi Tian, who you were last time? Or are you who you are this time? Oh, smell. Yi Tian remembers that when the dragon demon pursues himself, he uses Feng Dan and Yin Sha. The dragon demon can also find himself. Does he have a strong taste? Well, I said I was an old man over 200 years old. Do you believe it? Girl, don't hold so tightly, you can't fall down. Yi Tian smiles and reminds Yi that he has a noble soul, but this body is too young to be tested. When Ani Yaduan felt his gaffe, he quickly released his hand and held it less tightly. Remember, don't expose my identity. Yi Tian is still closed in the Qin manner? Yi Tian reminded her again. Ani nodded repeatedly. This time I am completely relieved. More than an hour later, according to Yi's guidance, Yi Tian manipulated the flying sword and landed on a mountainside. From the high altitude, you can see that there are several mountain dwellings in the bamboo forest on the mountainside. As soon as Yi Tiangang took off his sword, he saw the firewood door of a hut open, and out came a skinny old monk with a diamond pestle of more than 1 meter in his hand. That's him, Master Dabii. Walking in front of an Yichao, old monk pointed, and then hid behind Yi Tian.
Little girl, don't you dare not come back, this is to move to the rescue?
The old monk looks kind-hearted, but he has two fierce lights in his eyes.
He looks at Yi Tian and doesn't care. Boy, it's not easy to practice. Don't think what can you do with a flying sword? Yi Tian suppresses his breath in the early stage of the heaven level.
If he is exposed too much, if the old monk takes an Yi's master as a hostage, it's really frightening.
Now it seems that the old monk didn't pay any attention to himself. Yi Tian took off his sword and said faintly, flying sword is naturally to kill demons and demons.
You don't practice Buddhism or Zen, but you are greedy for other girls' bodies.
Should you do it?
Amitba, young man, it's not easy for you to have such accomplishments when you are young.
No one dares to tell you what Master Dabi wants to do. If you have a history with your school, you may be forgiven for being rude. With these words, Master Dabi walked to Yi Tian step by step. Naturally, Yi Tian would not listen to Xian's one-sided words. These two dialogues with Master Dabi are also the reasons for verifying things. From what the Great Compassion Master said, we can be sure that Ani didn't lie. Ask my teacher, Master Dabi, you are not worthy.
Yi Tian sneered and pointed at the Master Dabi with his hand. A golden light flashed in the past. Feeling the horror of the flying sword, Master Dabi's expression was so deep that he put away his contempt. With a wave of the Vajra pestle in his hand, he turned it into a golden light to greet Yi Tian's flying sword.
This is not enough.
He felt that the Vajra pestle could not resist the power of the flying sword. Then he bent his finger and shot a simple golden ball at Yi Tian. When the ball moves, the golden light bursts out. Yi Tian instantly feels that there are Buddhist chants all over the sky, solemn and solemn. He seems to be in the pure land of bliss, where Buddhism is boundless, and his mind is lost. With the warning signs in his heart, Yi Tian's divine thoughts wash away the illusions and hallucinations. Fortunately, his divine thoughts are very powerful. In such a moment, the golden light disappears and the Buddhist chanting stops abruptly. A long golden cone with fierce momentum has been shot in front of us.
That's close. Yi Tian whispered in his heart.
He grasped the golden cone with his right hand in his hand, and then the formula changed continuously. The flying sword turned into a sword light, flashed around the Vajra pestle and shot at Master Dabi.
You.
All this happened in the light of lightning. The dreamland was broken, the golden cone was captured, and the flying sword came. Master Dabi could only spit out the word you before he was cut in half by the sword light. Big brother, you are so good. Ani saw in the blink of an eye, Master Dabi was killed by Yi Tian and jumped up with excitement. When we first met, she always called Yi Tian the Elder. This time, Yi Tian asked her to help hide her identity. With this reason in her careful thinking, even if she knew it was Yi Tian, she also boldly called Big Brother. Yi Tian nodded slightly and said to Ani, "Go and see your master."
"Oh, yes." Ani clapped her forehead and stepped into the hut. Yi Tian took the golden cone and looked at it carefully.
He found that it was engraved with many mysterious Sanskrit words, like field array, but not completely. On the top of this, Yi Tian quickly marks his mind. Then a magic power hits the golden cone. Suddenly, the golden cone's breath changes and turns into a golden ball.
Yi Tian played with the golden ball and nodded.
His guess was good. It was a magic weapon of Fanzone, the real magic weapon. After being summoned, you can launch both divine attack and mana attack. If it is not for the fact that you have already entered the sea viewing realm, and your mind is extremely powerful, I am afraid that you will catch the Tao if you do not observe it for a moment.
After this time, Yi Tian was a little more vigilant.
There were thousands of friars. No one knew who had what kind of cards.
Belittling the enemy was the biggest enemy. Such a magic weapon will never be unknown in the square-inch spirit realm. If it appears, it will be coveted by many people.
And this great compassion master is just the peak of heaven level. In the final analysis, it is the clay level. Among the real monks, it is only the level of 7 levels in the cave. If Master Dabi can reach the sea view and suddenly use this treasure, Yi Tian is not sure that he can escape the disaster when he is not on guard.
Yi Tian was also surprised that such a magic weapon could appear on the earth. However, many things surprised him. In the final analysis, there are too many secrets hidden on this planet. Put away the golden ball, Yi Tian reaches out his hand and grabs the diamond pestle in his hand. It's not an ordinary thing. It has reached the level of a top-quality spirit weapon. It's very heavy and powerful. Yi Tian immediately thought of Shi Xiong. Although he is a holy weapon of Buddhism, if his physical cultivation reaches a certain level, he will be a handy weapon. I don't know which ancient relic the great Compassion Master was lucky to enter. On his finger, he also wore a rare Shumi ring on the mountain people. Naturally, Yi Tian would not let it go. He also took it. Xinyan went into it and found some good things, but it was not suitable to count them at this time. Yi Tian took a look and put them away. Brother, come and see my master. I can't do it. When Yi Tian Gang was about to enter the hut, Ani ran out of it with a sad look and tears on his face. Brother, my master wants you to go in. I have something to say. You didn't tell me who I am, did you? Yi Tianbian asked as he walked. If you don't tell me all about it, I'll say you're the top of the temple. Ani wiped a tear and took the lead to enter the room. The room was very simple, but it was also very clean. After the chiffon, it was the living room. On a wooden couch, there was a thin, dry black old man with weak breath and dark eyes. Come and sit down. See Yi Tian come over, black old man waved to Yi Tian, want to struggle to sit up. Anigi quickly steps to the front, to help up. Yi Tian stretched out his hand to stop. Don't move, lie down quickly, this injury can't easily move. No, it doesn't matter. I know my injury. It's just a little earlier and a little later. I know that I will die this time. The only thing I don't worry about is E. This girl is not only my apprentice, but also my granddaughter. At this time, I will not hide it. The old man tried hard and said a lot at one go. Yi Tian doesn't think much about it, but an E's reaction is extremely strong. She wails, Shifu, is that true? Are you really my grandfather? Yes, your parents were killed by others. I'm afraid that if you expose your identity, you will be killed. I'm also worried that you know that Master is grandfather and will ask about your parents. Your strength is too weak for me to tell you. However, at this time, I have to say, the black old man said intermittently, holding Yi Tian's hand and putting an Yi's hand into Yi Tian's palm. This Taoist friend, Yi will ask you to give it to you, you should take care of her. What are you talking about? Yi Tian has a bitter smile. If the old man is not concerned about the future affairs after he has explained it according to the TV play, he will drive the crane to the west with his head tilted. With Yi Tian's ability, which will give him the chance to tilt his head, the black old man said, to take a breath, Yi Tian has put a drop of medicine film wrapped in the liquid into his mouth. When he entered the room, he opened his eyes and observed the old man's injury. The old man was seriously injured. His internal organs were displaced and there were many injuries. His meridians were broken more than 30 times. It was a great miracle that he could live to this day. However, this kind of injury can't help Yi Tian, a drop of nature liquid is enough. Put the liquid into the old man's mouth, and Yi Tian gently caresses him with his palm to return the viscera. The rest is to restore the old man's vitality with the magic power of the liquefaction and decay of the liquid. Grandfather Master. And Yi looks at the old man with tearful eyes. Her body trembles slightly. She prays in her heart, hoping that Yi Tian can cure her grandfather's injury. From childhood to adulthood, she never thought that the master who raised her was actually her grandfather. She was so naughty when she was a child. She always caused trouble and made her grandfather angry. She never did her best to be a granddaughter. Just know each other's relationship, but grandfather is about to die, suddenly lost, how much regret will not say. Ah! As time went on, the dying old man suddenly sat up, opened his mouth and vomited black blood on the ground. Then he stretched out his arms and legs in surprise. As soon as he raised his legs, he could not put on his shoes and stood on the ground. Why? My wound? The old man whispered, closed his eyes for a moment, and then opened his eyes.
His eyes, which had nothing to do with darkness, regained a lot of looks.
Thank you very much.
The old man felt his body, and his face was extremely excited.
He bowed to Yi Tian deeply. Thank you for your life. I will never forget you. Come here and kowtow to you.
Well. And Yi wakes up like a dream and promises to kneel down for Yi Tian. Yi Tian stretched out his hand to help them, and a gentle force was sent out.
He just lifted them up. Some little things don't matter.
The magic medicine to bring the dying back to life is priceless.
It's a pity that it's wasted on me, an old man. The black old man sighed and thought about it.
He turned out a small wooden box under the bed, looked inside and took out a black cloth bag.
It was given to me by my son, Yi's father, because it was pursued. I don't know what's in it. I don't know if it's useful. I don't have anything now.
If it's still valuable, I'll give it to you.
The black old man sent the black cloth bag to Yi Tian and said so. Yi Tian's eyes fell on the black cloth bag. This is a very common cloth bag. The cloth is also a common cloth. There is nothing special about it.
But the black old man takes this thing seriously. It seems that he still spends a lot of time to hide the meaning, but Yi Tian also has some curiosity in his heart. What is in it?
Nodding slightly, Yi Tian took the black cloth bag and opened it carefully.
There was a dark yellow book inside. The book was very thick, with rough edges on the edge. The whole book was wrinkled and wrinkled. At first glance, it was some years old. There were no words on the cover, but when Yi Tian saw the material of the book, he couldn't help showing an unexpected look. The page looks like paper, but it's not ordinary paper. The paper on Earth is made of bamboo, hemp, wood and other plants as the main raw materials. The better paper is only made with some spices and bleach, and the workmanship is more refined. However, the paper of this book is made of precious bamboo called white silk bamboo with agar wood added, which has a special smell.
There are no white silk bamboo and agar wood on Earth.
The paper made of these two materials is not only strong and durable, but also can prevent insects and ants from eating.
In Fangsu and Lingyu, this kind of paper is also very precious.
Only important information can be recorded on this kind of paper.
Recognizing the paper of the book, Yi Tian knew that the book was unusual. He stepped back a few steps, sat down on the chair, made a gesture to the black old man and Ani,
indicating that they should also sit down, so that he could open the page in his spare time.
What's this? Yi Tian's eyes brightened when he saw the handwriting on the first page.
No wonder old man He said that he could not understand it. It turned out that the characters on the book were not written by the characters on the earth, but by the common language of Fangsu and Lingyu. If this kind of characters had not lived in Fangsu and Lingyu, it would be impossible to identify the content represented by the characters. Although Yi Tian tried to suppress his inner excitement, his interest in this book can still be seen from the look in his eyes. After carefully reading more than 10 pages, Yi Tian quickly turned over the contents behind, released his mind, and firmly kept all the contents in the book in mind.
It even includes a few illustrations in the book. This book is useful to me, but I can't take yours for nothing.
I have 1 heaven elixir and 10 earth elixirs here. If I give them to the old man, it will be regarded as a reward. After reading the book, Yi Tian puts the pill in front of the old man.
You can't use it, Taoist friend. You have saved your life for me. This book is a reward. No matter whether Taoist friend is useful or not, just keep it.
How dare you ask for such a valuable thing? The black old man quickly refused to accept it. Yi Tian said with a smile, Sir, you are now the later cultivation of the prefecture level. If you have these 10 elixirs and this elixir, you can upgrade your cultivation to the peak of the prefecture level and break through to the heaven level.
If you don't want these things, how can you improve your strength? How do you protect your granddaughter? The truth is this truth, and I know it very well. However, I feel uneasy after receiving such a great favor from Daoyu. The black old man looks embarrassed, but Yi Tian's words still make him move. Ani is his weakness. Only by improving cultivation can he protect Ani better.
For him, this is the most important thing.
These things are nothing to me. Just keep them. Otherwise, I'm sorry to take your book for nothing. Yi Tian still persuades stubbornly. This book is of great use to Yi Tian.
The book records a lot of field array layout and cracking methods, and those field arrays are not ordinary level, even the top 10 unique arrays in ancient times are also recorded in them.
In addition, there are hundreds of different kinds of field array, and even the profound principles of field array are thoroughly analyzed in the book.
Yi Tian majored in Dan Dao in the square-inch spirit field. He only dabbled in the field array a little. There is no problem with the general field array, but if it is more complex, it is not so easy to crack. After just a few more pages, Yi Tian keenly felt that if he understood the contents of this book, he would become a master of array. There must be few field array of all the people in the sky that can hardly survive. Although he now keeps the contents of this book in his mind, it's just rote learning, which is far from understanding, let alone understanding and mastery. Of course, the value of this book is by no means comparable to that of Tianlingden and Delingden. The reason why Yi Tian only took out these things is to let them use them for the time being, and then give them some compensation, even if this book is of no use to them. Moreover, giving too many things may not be easy for the old to accept. Well, since Dao you are so kind, I'd better be respectful than obedient. The old man hesitated for a moment, and finally accepted the pill from Yi Tian. And this, for the convenience of walking in the future, these 2 flying swords are also given to you. Don't refuse these 2 things, old man. One person has 1 handle. If you meet a strong enemy and fly away, you will have 1 more life. Yi Tian then takes out 2 more flying swords. After thinking about it, he thinks that an Yi's cultivation is not high and it's not convenient to carry the flying sword with him. So he takes out the first Shumi commandment and gives it to an Yi. Ani likes all these things very much, but the old black man doesn't speak, and she can't make decisions without authorization. She just keeps touching the flying sword, and her eyes look at Shumi ring. Well, that's it. It's fate to meet the old man today. It's going to be a long time later. If you have any difficulty, you can come to the temple to find me or call me at any time. Yi Tian saw that the old man had to refuse, so he sealed his words first. Thank you very much. I haven't asked your name yet. The old man nodded and asked. Yao Fu. Yi Tian reported the name. Yao Fu, Ning Yao's husband, anyway, is not a pseudonym. Old on Yuan Mountain. The black man also gave his name. On Yuan Mountain, my grandfather's name was on Yuan Mountain? An Yi suddenly cuts in. Until today, she knows the name of the old man for the first time. Before, An Yuan Mountain used to call itself a Shanai scattered person. An Yi didn't even know his name. Well, I'll come to visit the old people in the future. With that, Yi Tian nods to them and goes out of Chimen. An Yuan Mountain and An Yi send them out. Yi Tian comes to the body of Master Dabai and turns him into ashes with a flame. Just about to leave here, Yi Tian suddenly looked to the distant sky, and then his face showed a dignified expression. Leave the mountain quickly, and don't come here in the future. There is some gold in Shumi commandment. You can find a safe place and call me to let me know. In a short time, Yi Tian sent a message to An Yuan Mountain and Ani at the same time. An Yuan Mountain with Yi Tian's eyes, did not see the slightest difference, but think Yi Tian will not say so for no reason, just want to leave with Ani. Next to Ani, he asked suspiciously, Brother, what's the matter? Yi Tian nodded, do as I said, here never come back. Well. And Yi agreed and took a look at the old man. They didn't even clean up their things and left the hut directly along the mountain path. Not far away, 3 dark shadows in the distance flew like meteors, and soon came over the mountain. One of them lowered his height and chased An Yuanshan and An Yi, while the other 2 flew towards Yetian. Yi Tian frowned, put out his flying sword and drew a virtual shadow. He also flew quickly towards An Yuan Mountain. The 3 men who came here are all monks at the peak of the sea view. Needless to say, there are no such powerful monks on earth. They must come from the heavens. But these 3 people also did not find the breath of the dark friars, and it is not sure whether these 3 people are from Fankenlingdiu. Originally, Yi Tian wanted to let An Yuanshan and An Yi leave first. These 3 people have a high level, and they may not care about the physical cultivation of the two mud bodies. He can also deal with them to buy some time for his grandparents and grandchildren.
Unexpectedly, these three people didn't want to let Anyuanshan and Anyi go.
Yi Tian's magic power urged Feijian to fly to Anyuan Mountain a little bit earlier than the friar, and they stopped each other. "This Taoist friend, please tell me your name, where do you come from?"
"Mole Ant, with you also deserve to ask our identity?"
This friar looks about 30 years old.
He has a decent appearance. He is dressed in a blue shirt.
His eyes are gloomy.
He speaks with a sense of pride. It's very uncomfortable.
A word finished saying, then to point a bullet, a strong break wind sound shoots to leaf sky.
Boom!
Yi Tian releases his true state and no longer hides his accomplishments. He uses a wind blade and collides with the magic attack. The wind blade is broken in an instant, and the attack made by the man disappears. From this fight, the two sides are tied.
But Yi Tian is very clear that the other side is just a random hit, and he really uses a lot of mana.
If they both do their best, he can't compare with the other side in terms of the power of mana. Just now, he felt a dangerous breath in his attack on the other side.
There are many restrictions on the use of mana to suppress cultivation. It's no harm to deal with low-level monks.
If he meets someone who is higher than his own level, he doesn't dare to trust too much. After all, every friar who has reached the sea view is not an ordinary person.
Yi Tian was almost taken by the golden ball when he played against Master Dabii.
Who knows if the opponent has a powerful magic weapon or a card of interest? Seeing that his attack was broken by Yi Tian, the monk began to look at Yi Tian carefully. At this time, the other two also control the flying sword and come to the man. They look the same in their 30s. One is a little fatter, the other is muscular, strong and big.
I underestimate you. Who is the Taoist friend?
Looking at Yi Tian, the green shirt friar obviously showed an unexpected look, staring at Yi Tian and asked.
Yi Tian's realm is just in the early stage of the sea view.
After a period of hard work, the realm has been very consolidated and the breath is stable.
It doesn't look like he just entered the sea view. Friar of Fangsuan Lingyu.
In the face of three monks who are far more advanced than himself, Yi Tian doesn't show stage fright, but says lightly.
If Ani and her grandfather were not here, maybe he would be more powerful.
Under the siege of the three top monks of the sea-watching realm, maybe he could retreat completely, but he had absolutely no spare power to protect Ani's grandparents and grandchildren. However, his heart was awe-inspiring at this time. He once told Chu Xinyun that it was only a year before the arrival of a large number of monks in Fangsuan's spiritual realm. Now, it was beyond his expectation that there were 3 monks in this realm at the same time. It seems that the danger comes even earlier than I expected.
Fangsuan Lingyu?
After hearing this, Monk Qingshan and the other two looked at each other with a smile that was hard to understand. I can't expect to meet people from my hometown here. My Taoist friend is a disciple of Danxia Blessed Land. I heard that Danxia Blessed Land sent someone to come here, but I never met him.
It's easy to say that since they are all spiritual cultivation, we may have more things to communicate.
Yi Tian said non-committally, waving to an Yuan mountain in Anyi not far away. Go away. And Yuan Shan and an Yi were chased by this man before.
Fortunately, Yi Tian stopped them, but they didn't dare to make any more moves.
After all, the strong breath of the 3 royal sword friars made them clearly realize that if the other side wanted to kill themselves, it would be as easy as crushing an ant.
It's no use escaping.
I just hope that I won't offend the other party so that I won't be killed.
Now hearing Yi Tian's words, An Yuan Mountain looks at the 3 monks and pulls an Yi to leave.
Stop and let you go? The friar in green shirt snorted coldly, and his voice said coldly. Yi Tian said with a smile, they are just the natives on Earth.
Are they interested in them? The Aborigines are not aboriginal, but they are all mole ants. We don't pay attention to them.
Before, the golden light was shining here, and the vision was amazing.
No one can leave until the vision is clear.
The friar who is a little fat now cuts in and looks at Yi Tian with bright eyes.
Haha, it's because of this. It's just my magic weapon.
Yi Tian knows why the other party came here. When he speaks, he takes out the golden ball with a gesture.
The green shirt monk's eyes fell on the golden ball, observed for a moment, and then nodded. Yes, it's this thing. I didn't expect it was from Fanzone. The inside information of Dantia Blessed Land is okay. Well, it's none of your business. You can go. Holding the golden ball in his hand, Yi Tian waves to An Yuan Mountain and Ani again. Don't delay our conversation here anymore. An Yuan Mountain takes a deep look at Yi Tian, nods slightly, and pulls Ani, who is very worried, to leave quickly. And Yi looks back at Yi Tian and wants to say something, but she doesn't say it at last. She understands that her realm is too low. Here, it can only be Yi Tian's oil bottle. Fortunately, the three monks didn't care about Ani, but they changed their position slowly, and they had the appearance of encircling Yi Tian. Yi Tian is very clear that An Yuan Mountain and Ani are far from out of danger, unless he gains enough time. Fellow Taoists, you also know that I am not the only monk who came to Dantia Blessed Land. Although I haven't been here for a long time, I also get some useful news. Otherwise, I have some good wine here. Let's talk and exchange information while drinking. Yi Tian didn't have a word to talk about at first. Before his rebirth, he could crush these little shrimps with one hand. Unfortunately, it's not much better now. They are just the same shrimps. Do you need that trouble? To know your information, just search your soul. The green shirt friar says words, a hand formula that has already finished in the hand instantly points to Yi Tian. A black fierce tiger explodes strong breath to rush to Yi Tian. On the other hand, there was a flying sword on the side of Monk Qingshan, which suddenly fell to Yi Tian. The two men's attack almost matched perfectly, and they even calculated the path Yi Tian might dodge. The tiger of mana attacks Yi Tian, and the sword cuts Yi Tianho's way. Just when they thought they had a successful attack, Yi Tian's figure suddenly disappeared, and the fierce tiger and flying sword were all defeated. The three friars almost did not hesitate, and then they disappeared from the original place. Only 3 flying swords were flying in the air. What a quick reaction! Yi Tian frowned when Feng Dun and Yin Sha were executed at the same time. These 3 top monks of the sea-watching realm not only had a high realm, but also were among the best in the same realm. Moreover, he is very cautious and experienced in fighting. He is really a tough enemy. Yi Tian uses his eyes to pay attention to the situation around him. The 3 monks in Feng Dun are completely exposed in his field of vision, but they are very careful. Whether they attack or move their bodies, they will have traces to find, and it is difficult for them to make a single attack. Woo! When Yi Tian is thinking about it, a voice suddenly rings out. The voice is low, but it seems to have the power to penetrate the eardrum. Immediately, 3 flying swords in the air suddenly coagulate and cut down towards Yi Tian's position. Yi Tian knows that his position has been exposed. He shoots at the gap of the 3 people with his flying sword. He can avoid the joint attack of the 3 people. Woo woo woo! The voice rang out continuously. Yi Tian already saw that it was the voice of the friar in green shirt. With the voice, the 3 people cooperated with each other to attack Yi Tian. The flying sword hovers, and various Taoist arts emerge one after another, which makes Yi Tian in a hurry. If there is no source eye, Yi Tian estimates that he has been injured. He knew the secret skill of soundwave used by the friars in green shirt, which was used to break the Taoist art of invisibility. By touching obstacles with sound waves, he could sense the location of the invisible person. It's so difficult for a small sea view in its early stage. The friar in green shirt made a whine sound while launching continuous killing moves with them. At a certain moment, Yi Tian found a chance to drive the fierce sword to the opposite direction of Ani's grandson, and the 3 friars chased out. The 3 monks not only had rich fighting experience, but also flew faster than Yi Tian. As the distance between the 2 sides gradually narrowed, Yi Tian was relieved. Now the distance between Ani and Anyuanshan is getting farther and farther. If they persist for a while, they should be able to get out of danger, and he will not be tied up. Well, it's a shame that the 3 of us can't win a younger generation in the early stage of the sea view, isn't it? The friar in green shirt was at the front, and his face was very gloomy. So, don't keep your hands any longer. Use killers when it's time to use them. Who cut off this guy? Whose fortune is he? The fat friar turned his eyes and opened his mouth with a smile. Brother Gu, you didn't do your best? The friar in green shirt looked back at the fat friar. His dissatisfaction was very obvious and his eyes were full of ridicule. Brother Lan, aren't you? The fat friar still looked at the green shirt friar with a smile, and asked with deep meaning. We are all from the same family. We all know what's on our mind. We don't have to explore each other. We have to work together in this operation. See? The boy sent by Dansha Fudi in the early stage of sea watching is still a bit of a toy. The burly friar, who had never spoken, spoke at this time. It's unexpected that this person looks very male and has a very feminine voice. If you don't look at him and just listen to his voice, you will think that he is a woman. Well, it's a deal. Let's show our powers. With that, the fat monk's breath suddenly soared, and the speed of the flying sword was 30% faster than the other two in almost an instant. It's said that younger martial brother Ge has practiced the technique of disintegrating the demons, which can make his power soar in a short time. It seems that it's true. Looking at the back of the fat friar, the friar in green shirt murmured, as if he was talking to the big friar, or to himself. Chop! The fat friar caught up with Tian in a few breaths, and then released his flying sword. With a big drink in his mouth, the flying sword grew up against the wind, turned into more than 10 feet in a moment, and fell to Tian obliquely. The flying sword at the foot of Tian suddenly turns, changes an angle, and then suddenly sinks. With an extremely strange angle, it can avoid a sword. When he dodged, he frowned. The blow of the fat friar was like freezing the air. When he dodged, he felt great pressure coming from all around, and his action became slow and sluggish. He flew in the air, just like in the water. Fortunately, I have rich combat experience, otherwise I would have suffered a great loss. With a flash of cold light in Tian's eyes, the sword flies forward again. The fat friar's face is impatient and follows Tian. Go at a certain moment, when the fat friar came near again, Tian's golden ball in his hand shot first, and the golden ball shot, burst out a strong golden light, enveloping the fat friar. When the fat friar's body was stifled, the golden cone of the golden ball burst into a powerful momentum and shot at his chest. At the same time, Tian's long-standing Pushu fist has been launched. A red shadow of the fist shoots at the fat friar's dantian, and then a drop of nature liquid wrapped in medicine film is sent to the entrance. He points to the fat friar and cuts away with his sword. There was only a moment before and after the three attacks, and the fat friar's mind was very powerful. Only in a moment, he was confused by the magic sound of the golden ball, and then he regained consciousness. The left hand blows out and hits the golden cone. The golden cone flies back when it is touched twice. Almost at the same time, the shield of mana condensation appears in front of you to resist the shadow of Poxa fist. Boom! The shield collided with the shadow of the fist, making a huge sound. The shadow of the broken fist and the shield were broken at the same time. Under the huge impact, the fat monk could not help but withdraw a few steps. At this time, Tian's flying sword has also been cut, as fast as lightning. At this time, the fat monk's reaction ability is greatly reduced due to the influence of golden light illusion, and he has reached the limit to block Tian's two attacks in succession. The light of the sword flashed, and the fat monk was terrified. In his hurry, the mana poured into his right arm to take the sword. Poof! The sound of the sharp weapon across the flesh and bones sounded. The fierce soldier's flying sword directly cut off one of the fat friar's arms. Without any stagnation, it passed through the fat friar's neck. A chubby head fell off his neck and down with his body. Tian put away the ball, reached for a move, held the broken arm in his hand, and drove the flying sword to fly away. During the fight between the two sides, the two friars were within 3 feet, and the two flying swords broke out with a strong momentum to cut themselves. Tian took off Zumaji from his broken arm and put it away. Then he threw it back and hit the two monks behind. Don't underestimate this guy, don't mention younger martial brother Gu. I'm afraid we may not be able to retreat completely by his means just now. The green shirt friar's face is extremely gloomy. Their brothers can guard against each other, but one of them fell on the Earth Star. I'm afraid the leader of this trip will be very dissatisfied. After all, they are in a group of 3, and the opponent is actually a boy in the early stage of sea-watching. How's it going? Report to the third elder martial brother. The stout friar manipulated the flying sword to attack Yi Tian and asked the friar Qingshan. It's not necessary for the time being. It's not too late to report the killing of this officer. It's a crime to be punished. The green-shirt friar shook his head slightly and said to the big friar, "You wait here. When I kill you, I'll make a hit. Be careful, his golden ball magic weapon is weird." The big friar reminded and stopped. Each of our disciples has secrets. Since elder martial brother Lan said so, there must be a reason. The burly monk didn't want to touch his taboo, so he took the flying sword to see how elder martial brother Lan did it. He was also curious about what means this elder martial brother had. Although they are from the same school, they have different experiences. Their training places are far away from each other. They really don't know each other very well. The green-shirt monk chased Yi Tian for several hundred feet. After he was far away from the burly monk, he took out a bow from the Shumi ring, put a dark arrow on the string, pulled it half open, and shot at Yi Tian with a whoosh. The black arrow left the string, and suddenly the black light flashed. It turned into a black line and shot at Yi Tian, a little faster than the meteor. Yi Tian sensed the terror of the arrow, and suddenly his body flashed, trying to avoid it. But unexpectedly, this arrow has a spiritual side, and follows Yi Tian's figure. Hoi Bao? Yi Tian is suddenly surprised. He suddenly thinks of a magic weapon which is very famous in the square-inch spirit field. This treasure has a saying that once it is launched, it will not take people's lives and never look back. It is invincible among monks in the same realm. It was originally the property of Tian, a great friar in Yupujing of Dongjin Market. That great friar once killed himself with 7 other great friars in Yupujing. However, how did this man's magic weapon get to the green-shirt monk? Although that kind of statement is a bit exaggerated, its power can never be underestimated. Under its reputation, it is an extraordinary weapon. Yi Tian knows that the arrow from Hoyi's bow is to lock the target and control the direction with his mind. The power of Hoyi's bow is superposed with his mana. Once the arrow is locked by Hoyi's bow, it's really hard to escape when the speed is so fast. The body of the arrow is engraved with a powerful field array. Once it hits the target, it will burst out with terrifying lethality. In that year, the Tianjizi used this skill to shoot himself, but it was broken by himself. However, at that time, I was a great friar in Yupu realm. It was beyond ordinary people's imagination that my whole body of mana destroyed heaven and earth. Fortunately, Yi Tian knows the performance of this treasure. Although it is dangerous, it still has some chances of winning. With this in mind, Yi Tian once again uses Feng Dun and Yin Sha to disappear from the air. Woo woo woo. It seems that Monk Qingshan had been on guard for a long time. As soon as Yi Tian's body disappeared, there was a whine among the people. Hoyi's arrow coagulated slightly in the air and shot at Yi Tian's invisible place. Green-shirt friar while driving the flying sword to track Yi Tian, while Xinyan manipulated Hoi arrow to kill Yi Tian. Although Yi Tian's right hand was extremely strong, he did not dare to capture the arrow with his hand. Hoyi's bow shot the arrow, which contained extremely terrible energy. Once it was detonated, his right hand might not have any problem, but the rest of his body could not bear it. Even if he has now achieved the perfect immortal body, after all, his realm is too low, and he has not reached the point of immortal body. Fortunately, Yi Tian is invisible. When Monk Qingshan finds Yi Tian's position and commands Hoi to shoot Yi Tian, he is always a little slower. Yi Tian can always avoid a disaster when every room is not allowed to happen. Boy, you can't escape death today. I won't break you to pieces to avenge younger martial brother Gu. The green-shirt friar is very confident in his bow. Seeing that Yi Tian is still barely supporting, he drinks cold to activate his mana again. Yi Tiansheni unlocked Hoyi's arrow and kept avoiding it. At a certain moment, he suddenly had a smile on his lips and threw a dark east arrow in his hand. Poof! Between the lightning flashes, Hoyi's arrow had already hit the object and put it on the shaft. After that, Hoyi's arrow went straight down without the control of Qingshan monk.
Qingshan monk urged Hou Yi's arrow several times, but it still didn't work. Yi Tian sneers and shows his figure. Holding a golden ball, he drives the fierce sword to kill the monk Qingshan. The requirement of pulling Hou Yi's bow on mana and power is very high, and the cost of mana is also very great. The peak cultivation of Qingshan monk's seed can only be pulled to half open, raw is so, it also costs nearly half of mana. In addition to consuming a large amount of divine thoughts to manipulate Hou Yi's arrow, it also requires the divine thoughts to lock Hou Yi's arrow in target all the time, and it also needs mana to bless him at any time. At this time, monk Qingshan was in a state of excessive consumption of mind and mana. Originally, with his idea, Yi Tian could be killed with one arrow, so he used this unknown card. What he didn't expect was that Yi Tian could avoid repeatedly under Hou Yi's arrow. Moreover, Yi Tian didn't know what method he used to suppress Hou Yi's arrow, which made Hou Yi's arrow lose control and fall to the ground quickly. The monk Qingshan broke out his magic power and divine thought twice in succession, but he couldn't take back Hou Yi's arrow. He couldn't help shrinking his pupils, and his heart was cold. Looking at the flash of Yi Tian's figure, monk Qingshan cut off the divine connection with Hou Yi arrow and turned to fly to the location of the burly monk in the distance. Hou Yi Gong consumed a lot of his mana and divine thoughts. Now he has no confidence to fight Yi Tian again. Go Yi Tian, who was in the process of pursuing and killing, suddenly bends his finger to pop up the golden ball and shoots it at the monk Qingshan. With a bang, the golden light explodes behind him. The green shirt friar's body suddenly smothers, and Yi Tian's flying sword has been cut to the edge of thunder. A red sword light shield reflects his whole body red to the green shirt friar. The voice of Buddhist chanting is still hovering in my mind. The monk Qingshan's idea is booming, and the influence of illusion is being washed away. Almost at the same time, he points to the flying sword around him, and the flying sword rises to meet Yi Tian's fierce flying sword. The two swords collided with each other, making a clear sound. The fierce soldier's flying sword knocked open the green shirt friar's flying sword, rebounded slightly, and then chopped down the green shirt friar again with the light of the sword flashing. The friar in green shirt stepped back, reached for the sword, held it in his hand, and welcomed the fierce soldier again. In this short period of time, Yi Tian followed the Feijin to kill him, and the left fist was ready to break the empty fist. A red shadow of the fist came out and hit the monk Qingshan. There was only a distance of less than 2 zhang between them. Facing the attack of Yi Tian's fists and swords, monk Qingshan couldn't help changing his face. At such a distance, with the speed of breaking empty fist, he had no time to dodge, so he had to wave a wall Taoist art to resist the fierce attack of breaking empty fist. The shadow of the fist hit the earth wall. With a bang, the earth wall was scattered. The shadow of the fist smashed it away in a flash, and the rest of the force continued to hit the monk Qingshan. In a panic, the green shirt friar made a right fist and hit the shadow. The two collided fiercely, and the shadow disappeared in the sky. But the green shirt monk was also under the fierce attack of Yi Tian. His right fist was dripping with blood and his body was flying backward. Emperor boxing. Yi Tian keeps up with him and chases the figure of the monk Qingshan. He doesn't hesitate to make a fist. At this time, monk Qingshan's mana cost is extremely serious, and his body is in a state of imbalance. Facing Yi Tian's strong fist, he quickly gathers a layer of earth armor on his body. The earth armor has just formed, and Yi Tian's fist has fallen on his chest. More than 100,000 Jin of force smashed the earth armor and landed firmly in front of the monk Qingshan's chest. With a dull sound, bang, a stream of blood came out of the monk Qingshan's mouth. His chest was smashed and deformed instantly. The broken bones pierced into his heart and his body was like a sandbag flying out into the distance. All this happened in a very short moment. At this time, the companion of Green Shirt Friar, the burly friar, was about 10 feet away. Yi Tian doesn't pay attention to this person, and goes straight to the figure of Green Shirt Friar. Then another sword flashed straight away. This time, the sword cut off the man's head without any hindrance. Yi Tian's body doesn't stop. He shoots at the corpse. In the blink of an eye, he reaches for it. He grabs the green shirt monk's arm and lets it go. His Shumi ring is already in Yi Tian's hand. A burst of ecstasy in Yi Tian's heart, and then suddenly turned around, the golden ball of light in his hand popped up. The burly monk's face changed, he suddenly turned around, and the sword ran away.
In a moment, he ran away.
Yi Tian's eyes change, and finally he can't let go. He calls back the golden ball, turns and flies away from here. A moment later, he found Hou Yi's arrow on the ground that he had shot down.
He took a black object from the shaft and put it away. This is exactly the 1 yuan heavy water that Yi Tian got from Changbai Mountain.
It was embedded in the arrow shaft by Yi Tian's means. No matter how powerful the monk Xingshan's magic power was, he could not control more than 100,000 Hou Yi's arrows.
The green shirt monk didn't think out until he died. What kind of means did Yi Tian use to break Hou Yi's arrow?
If Hou Yi's arrow and 1 yuan heavy water had not been recovered, Yi Tian would not have let go of the last monk of the enemy easily. Seeing that the man had disappeared, Yi Tian released his mind and made a mark on the monk's Shumi ring. Then with a gesture, the bow of Hou Yi appeared in his hand, the arrow was on the bowstring.
When Yi Tian pulled the bowstring a little, he felt that the bowstring was like a boundless black hole, and his mana poured out onto the bowstring.
Yi Tian released the bowstring in a hurry, and satisfied himself with the bow and arrow.
Later, Yi Tian took out the phone and dialed an E. When the phone was connected, Yi Tian was relieved. "Where are you? Are you in danger?"
There was a lot of noise on the other side of the phone.
Ani was almost shouting back, "Brother, are you okay? Are you out? I'm so worried. My grandfather is flying with me, I'm okay. I killed 2 and 1 ran away. Tell your grandfather not to fight the sword. It's dangerous in the air. If you fall to the ground, find a safe place to escape for a while and improve your cultivation. If there is no place to go, go to the Qin family manor in Jiangnan City to find Chou Changchun and call me there." Yi Tian worried that they would run away from the burly friar, and quickly reminded him. "Okay, I'll tell my grandfather, brother, you should pay attention to safety." Ani cried out. "Okay, that's it. Call me whenever you need anything."
Yi Tian just hung up the phone, seems to be aware of looking to the distant sky, that direction, with the naked eye cannot see anything, the same blue sky clouds. However, Yi Tian's mind coverage has reached 3,000 to 4,000 feet, so he naturally has a sense. At the moment when he felt it, there were 7 streamers coming from the direction he had just seen.
Without hesitation, Yi Tian's sword flies in the opposite direction.
Now he is not sure the exact realm of these 7 people, but from the speed point of view, they are not inferior to the previous 3 people.
Yi Tiani, a pair of 3, was extremely reluctant.
After 7, he was not confident that he could retreat completely. In particular, that direction was the direction of the burly friar's escape.
Maybe he was his partner.
Yi Tian was watching the situation behind him. The 7 black spots in the sky were bigger in a short time. With the passage of time, the black spots became bigger and bigger. After a while, he was able to recognize the human form. It's the big friar. After a few breaths, Yi Tian's mind has clearly observed that one of them is the fish who escaped. It seems to be another fierce battle. With each other's speed, Yi Tian knows that it's not easy to get rid of them, so he can only act according to the situation, looking for opportunities to break each one. It's also because of the liquid of nature. If Yi Tian didn't have such a treasure that can quickly recover his mana, he would not be so confident. His fighting experience can only make up for a part of the gap, and Sua Wangwen's idea can only make up for a part of the gap. After all, if the gap in cultivation level is too big, it can't be made up by dexterity. Just like an ant, no matter how fierce the war is, it can defeat other ants at most. If a big foot falls down, it will surely be destroyed. This is the age of the law of the jungle, that is, the world where the strong are respected. Everything is based on strength. Feeling the closer and closer pursuit behind him, Yi Tian draws the original spirit fire from the dantian and begins to weave the spirit fire lotus. This kind of magic power is most suitable for facing a group of enemies, because it can only be used once in a short time.
Yi Tian will not use it easily when he has to.
Just like the grimace mask in Zumaji, he never uses it until he is in a critical moment of life and death.
Finally, it's time to come.
Although Yi Tian has improved his speed to the extreme, the 7 people behind him are getting closer and closer. After a moment, he has reached the distance of 100 zhang behind him. At this time, the last ray of Spirit Fire Lotus has been woven, the red light of Fire Lotus flashes, and the field array is closed. Yi Tian suddenly turns around, holding the sea bowl-sized Xinlian in his hand, and looks at the 7 people who are chasing him. He can feel that he has been covered by each other's thoughts, and the weaving Spirit Fire Xinlian can't escape each other's feelings. However, he is still full of expectations for this Holy Lotus of Spirit Fire. Before, the Holy Lotus woven was only the size of fist. After the Dragon Yen engulfed the Dragon Demon, Yi Tian's original Spirit Fire was strengthened, and the woven Holy Lotus naturally rose. Dansha Blessed Land is not something that anyone can handle. If Dongjin Market wants to do something, it's ready to chop hands. Yi Tian looks at the other party's 7 figures slowing down, and hums coldly, sending the voice far away. From the other party's performance, he is still afraid of the Spirit Fire Lotus in his hand. Name it. When did Dansha Fudi give birth to such a monk as you? A blue bubble friar at the head stopped about 30 zhang away from Yi Tian, looked at the Spirit Fire God Lotus in Yi Tian's hand, and said with uncertain eyes, I want to join up with my brothers. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. If I keep chasing you, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Tian holds the Spirit Fire God Lotus in his hand, and the Imperial Sword falls backward slowly. The God Lotus is ready to move at any time. Third Elder Martial Brother, this person should be the early cultivation of Guanheijing, there is no hidden realm. An enchanting-looking nun whispered to the friar in blue beside her. The friar in blue nodded slightly. Yes, this man is about 20 years old. The cultivation of realm is really in the early stage of the sea view. It's very bad to be able to cultivate at this age. No matter how high, we don't live in vain. However, younger martial brother Lan and younger martial brother Ge fell into this man's hands. We must not underestimate the enemy. It's natural. It's a shame for me to set up an army and mobilize people to deal with a friar in the early stage of the sea view. If there is any further damage, it will become a laughingstock of the whole square-inch spiritual realm. Let me try his depth first. After the coquettish woman finished, she pointed to Yi Tian. A fiery little fox came out of thin air and flew to Yi Tian. At the foot of Yi Tian, the flying sword speeds up abruptly, turns its direction to avoid the battle, and almost at the same time, the 7 people behind chase Yi Tian again. Well, a sly boy. When flying in front of the red fox, the coquettish woman waved her sleeve and the fox disappeared. This fox is a kind of exotic spirit fox, named Mehu. It can release a very strange gas. As long as it inhales a little, it can make its muscles and bones weak. It's like taking a strong spring contract. When fighting with people, one who is not on guard may lead people to the Tao. Yi Tian has rich experience in fighting. Although he doesn't know what's special about this kind of fox, when he is released at this time, the other side must have something to rely on. How can he let the other side win easily? Yi Tian flies with his sword at extreme speed. Just a moment later, he has already sensed the realm of the other 7. In addition to the blue-robed monk who has reached the half-step Longmen realm, the other 6, 3 women and 3 men, are all the peak accomplishments of the sea-watching realm. There are tens of thousands of Don's Hengxi disciples. These people should also be the best in the same realm. Go in the middle of Yi Tian's imperial sword, there is a sudden turn. The 7 monks who were originally scattered in pursuit then turn. At the moment of changing direction, the 7 people naturally gather together. At this moment, Yi Tian spits out the word go. The lotus in his hand suddenly shoots at the crowd like lightning. Blast! Lingwo Shenlian's castration was very fast. The 7 friars scattered around at the same time when Yi Tian Linghua Shenlian put out his hand. Yi Tian gave a big drink. Lingwo Shenlian had already made a loud noise and exploded. The fireball with a diameter of tens of feet erupted with terrible lethality, and the 7 monks scattered in the powerful explosion. Almost as soon as the lotus of spirit fire just came out, the bow of Hoi appeared in Yi Tian's hand. The black arrow put on the string, pulled back the bow of Hoi, and shot at the charming woman with 1 arrow. Immediately, a drop of fortune liquid swallows into the abdomen, and the mana instantly recovers.
It's a pity that there is only one arrow of Hou Yi in the green shirt monk Sumi Jia, otherwise Yi Tian can shoot another arrow. Poof! Boom! Hou Yi's arrow is stronger in Yi Tian's hand than in Xingshan's. In addition, the enchanting nun was attacked by Lingua Shenlian, and her body had been injured by the blast. With the change of time, Hou Yi's arrow was locked in Yi Tian's mind and shot into her rib. Then the field array of Hou Yi's arrow exploded. The explosive power of Hou Yi's arrow, which absorbed Yi Tian's massive mana, was extremely terrifying. Although the woman still had many means, how could she not use them? Her enchanting figure had turned into a blood mist and covered the sky. Yi Tian put out his hand and called back Hou Yi's arrow. Suddenly, a fire lotus appeared in his hand and flew to a monk again. Seeing that the spirit fire god lotus was so terrible, the friar's body flashed and flew away in the distance. Before his body was settled, a golden light burst out in front of his eyes. The sound of Buddhist chanting was all over his mind. He felt as if he was in a pure land of bliss. Facing the golden light, he had the impulse to kneel down and worship. No, I'm on the other side's way. The friar suddenly remembered what the burly younger martial brother said. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue and collected his thoughts to clear his mind. Only in this way can he recover a little clarity. At this time, a dark shadow flashed over, and Yi Tian shot Hou Yi's arrow again. Poof! Boom! Not surprisingly, the friar followed that enchanting nun. To kill this man, Yi Tian didn't have time to accept his Shumi commandment. He stretched out his hand and started with Hou Yi's arrow and golden ball. His figure had disappeared in the same place. Almost at the moment when his figure disappeared, 3 flying swords with terrible power cut him from 3 different directions. 3 flying swords fell into the air, then flew up again, and the lightning generally cut down somewhere. Not far away, Yi Tian suddenly showed his figure, and his face was gloomy. Damn, do you have heavenly eyes, too? He uses Feng Dun and Insha at the same time, but he is still found hiding place by the other party in a short time. Yi Tian finds that it is the Friar Blue Shirt who sees through his trace, and the owners of the other 2 flying swords attack with Friar Blue Shirt's flying swords. As soon as Yi Tian's figure appeared, he immediately changed his position and flew away. At this time, they have learned a lesson. They are separated from each other by more than 10 feet. They can support each other at any time and will not be affected too much by the terrible power of Lingua Shen Company. These 5 people, just at the time of the explosion of Lingua Shenlian, had suffered some minor injuries. You younger martial brothers and younger martial sisters, be careful, this son is too cunning. The blue shirt friar's face was extremely ugly, and he told the other 4 people. Just after a brief confrontation between the 2 sides, he fell 2 companions. What a shame. What's more hateful is that the other party's second Huolian is a fake. Just when they were avoiding Huolian, they gave each other a chance to shoot one person with Hou Yi's bow. Moreover, with the help of their own 3 men, they let the other escape. The other side, a young man who had been cultivated in the early stage of the sea-viewing realm, had such a good chance of fighting. Although the blue-shirt monk had already stepped into the Dragon's Gate realm, he was shocked. He asked himself that he could not do so. Don't be shameless, friars of Dongjin Market. 7 of you beat 1 to bully us. Is there no one in Dansha Fudi? If you are in pursuit, I will send you back home. Yi Tiangang just felt the power of the blue-shirt friar's flying sword. He knew that the other side was too strong. If he fought alone, he might still win. However, there were still 5 people on the other side, so he could not get along with them. Because the Lotus of Spirit Fire God can't be used for the time being. The second Lotus of Fire God was transformed by his fire attribute Taoist magic. It's just similar in shape and has no half power. After 2 threats, Yi Tian continues to fly away with his sword. Behind him, the blue-shirt friar takes the lead, surpasses the other 4 and gradually approaches him.